Well, good afternoon. I'm Pete Peterson, the very grateful Dean of Pepperdine's Graduate School of Public Policy, and it's a delight to welcome you here to our Malibu campus for this afternoon's event, Revitalizing Los Angeles, Lessons from New York's Historic Comeback. This event is actually pretty personal to me. I'm someone who was actually born in New York City, grew up in the New York metropolitan area. Much of what we're going to be exploring, at least in our first couple panels, was a time when I lived and worked in the area. I was in New York City on 9/11, and that was a very pivotal moment in my own life and thinking about a career in public policy. But as we think more broadly about the impact here, and I'm already spoken with several of you who have suffered with the route taking that took you around Pacific Coast Highway, which would have been the most direct route to go around. Los Angeles is arguably still in the very early stages of coming back from the horrific fires that we endured in January. And so when Michelle reached out, I actually knew about the film before I knew you, Michelle. Gotham, the documentary, which if you haven't seen it, it's on Amazon Prime, I'm sure other streaming services, highly recommend it. Incredible film, and really an incredible public policy and public leadership documentary showing that really public leaders matter and public policy decisions matter and can have a direct impact on the lives of millions of people. Particularly in our cities, and we are certainly witnessing that here in the Los Angeles area. This conference is going to be a little bit of a different format than we've done here at the School of Public Policy before, in that we are going to be working in some video clips from the film, and Michelle's going to talk a little bit about the background on Gotham, the documentary, and then we'll go into policy-focused panels. You see here on the agenda, we're going to kick off with panel 1 on the urban comeback. Dan Biederman is going to start the conversation following a clip from the movie. Then we'll focus on the crime factor, and we'll also have a clip kicking off that panel that'll go straight into a conversation with former mayor of San Diego, Kevin Faulconer, with Rafael Mangual, our friend from the Manhattan Institute. Then the third panel is really going to be a focus on Los Angeles and Southern California and the rebuilding efforts and complications, challenges, and opportunities that we see. And I'm delighted that State Senator for this region, Ben Allen, will join me and Chris Thornburg, who is the founding partner of Beacon Economics, to talk about that. And then just excited and honored to conclude our time here together with the legendary police commissioner, Bill Bratton, with a discussion just about the lessons from New York and Los Angeles as we look to the future. So without any further ado, I'd like to bring up the producer of the film Gotham to talk a little bit about the film about which you'll be, or from which you'll be seeing some clips today. So please join me in welcoming Michelle Taylor.
Thank you so much for being here today. I am very excited. I also am bringing up the director of the film, Matthew Taylor. He's going to talk a little bit more about the film, why it got started, but I do want to do a quick shout out to Larry Mohn, who's here in the front seat, who's the executive producer of the film, also former president of the Manhattan Institute, who was there during this time in New York City, really, I think, one of the key people leading the charge in fixing the city and making it what it is today. So we're honored to have worked with Larry through this whole time and the team he brought together. So Matthew, I'm going to turn it over to you to say a little bit about why did we do this film.
Hi there, how you doing? Writer and director of Gotham, The Fall and Rise of New York. In 2019, Larry came to us and said, hey, New York City had this huge turnaround. We should honor the people who worked on the turnaround, everybody from Commissioner Bratton, Rudy Giuliani, and all sorts of other folks. And we said, that'd be great. I love New York. We were living there at the time, and we started this project. But during that time, COVID descended on the country and the world, and American cities started to slide into disrepair again. New York City, graffiti showed up. There was less activity on the subways and places like that. And what we came to realize was the turnaround of New York City was not about looking back, but it was about looking forward. Because New York City was in the worst place a city in America could be. You had over 2,000 murders in 1990. Your welfare numbers were 1.2 million. You had entire neighborhoods. I think the city held a fifth of the city on their books. And so in 1993, you had a turnaround where people of New York City were tired of all of the mess and the disorder, and a group of people came in from both sides of the aisle and decided to tackle the most difficult problems in a major city with the largest population in America. And within a very short time for politics and policy, the numbers had moved radically. You had 1.2 million people on welfare. It went down to 425,000 by the end of 8 years. You had a 90% crime drop. You had Harlem retaken. You had entire parts of Brooklyn turned around. You had 125th Street brought back. You had Spanish Harlem brought back. And the thing is that these policies can be exported to every major city. I would argue that New York City's turnaround is one of the greatest American stories that we've ever seen, one of the greatest American turnarounds. And New York City, once again, became the jewel of America. Because remember, New York City represents the evolution of America. This is where George Washington fought the British. Alexander Hamilton came up with various parts of how our government works. It is a city of innovation. It's electrified. It's Bell Labs is across the river. So many things had happened, and it represents the ascendancy of the United States as a great nation. And so when it was in disrepair, it was a black eye on the country. So there's a number of people, and a number of them are with us today to discuss how they did it, and not just how they did it for New York, but how to export it to every major city in America. Because again, if you could do it in New York, you could do it in Chicago, you could do it in Los Angeles. I mean, look, you guys have much better weather than we do. So that should, be the beginning of it. So yes, so today, that's what we are hopefully going to present to the wonderful people in the great state of California. I hope you enjoy the clips that we have, the speakers, and again, you can see the movie on Amazon and iTunes and all these great places. Thank you so much for having us. It is a great honor, and I'll turn it over to you.
Well, we're going to get started with the first clip, and that is going to be about the turnaround specifically of public spaces in New York, and then Dan Biederman's, who you will see in the clip, and then you will see live afterwards. We'll talk about the importance of that and the importance of taking over public spaces for the public to once again control, not the homeless, not the crime, not all of that. So thank you guys very much. We'll go ahead and get started with the first clip.
Parents dropped me off in the city. Then a couple of weeks later, they said, "So what are you thinking of living in the city?" So I said, "Well, it's horribly gray, and there's concrete everywhere, and I can't get used to the fact that buildings hit the street. Then there's 9 or 10 feet of ugly sidewalk, and there are no plantings. There's nothing green here." I was there for 2.5 years. During that time, I became the chairman of Midtown Community Board number 5, which had to do with zoning. Bryant Park, it's at 42nd Street and 5th to 6th Avenue, so it's exactly at the heart of Midtown. It's the only green space there. So we had muggers, and every entrance to the park had a different drug market run by a different person. I was chosen by the Rockefellers to fix this mess. It was very difficult to take the space back from the criminals and the drug sellers. I got mugged here myself in my 2nd month of work, and it felt dangerous. Nobody knew why I took the job. Parks, if they have graffiti and they smell like urine and they have feces all over, and you see broken lights and broken fences and overgrown hedges, people quickly get the idea they can do whatever they want there who are lawbreakers.
What you feel is that your public spaces aren't really yours, that you know where to walk and where not to walk, who to look at, not to look at. And the going rule in the 1980s was you did not walk into Bryant Park in broad daylight unless, you were trying to score some drugs. And that was just the rule, that was not part of your New York City. And there were whole sections of the city that felt like that, including, in Midtown Manhattan. So Bryant Park was privatized, which led to a radical redesign of what transpired in the park and gave citizens a sense that they were safe and that this park was now theirs.
By putting activity in the park, sweeping up the litter, removing the graffiti, repairing a few things we had the money to repair, we ended up with a crime rate that went down in the 80s, even before the great crime rate reductions that we were part of later. The area near Grand Central is terrible. There were 600 homeless people unserved in and outside the terminal. Litter that was ankle deep by the end of the day, graffiti everywhere, dark streets. Koch people gave me the okay to set up on a much larger basis than had existed before, a business improvement district. Covered 50 blocks or so.
The Business Improvement District is a specially chartered organization by the city which allows the businesses in that community to tax themselves and then have total discretion over the way those funds are used.
Allowed us to privately provide all the things the city wasn't doing. Litter pickup all day long so the streets were clean, removing the graffiti right away. I did that one first, and then the 34th Street owners got envious, and some of them were the same people, and they said, you ought to come down and clean up our mess. And the mess there was near Penn Station, where tourists and shoppers went, near Macy's Empire State Building, and very much the same techniques as with Bryant Park and Grand Central. It needed an alternative idea, and the success of it is shown by the fact that 34th Street and others have been modeled after by, now we've got 76 of them in New York City. So this is a wonderful audience because I'm not feeling overdressed in a suit and tie. I'm overdressed everywhere else. And I'm constantly assaulted by mainly billionaires. Homeless people salute me and say, hello there, Governor. Billionaires curse at me and say, you need to take off that goddamn tie. What's the matter with you? So the reason I dress this way, and a lot of you are dressed this way, so I'm feeling comfortable. 1, I don't know how to do casual. 2, it's respectful to my clients. And 3, and most important, it allows me to go wherever I want. I'm frequently pointing to some security guard and saying, I want to go over there. I have no business going over there. But I'm wearing a suit, and they say, he must be somebody who's wearing a suit. No one else is. So I'll let him go, and that's very advantageous. So quickly, because I want to get to discussion with the professor, before and after on Bryant, which was referred to in the film, it talked about how bad the conditions were. It was really chaotic. It was all the broken windows that Bill and Jack Maple and everybody else convinced people had to be worked on citywide. And we removed the graffiti, removed the drug markets, fixed everything, and it was really, and crime rate went down to essentially 0, for 500 index crimes the year we took over, 1979. And then other places it's worked where there was no park at all. This is Clyde Warren Park in Dallas. It is a deck-over park that unites uptown and downtown, and the same playbook was used there. Hugely successful as far as local investment and making a tiny piece of Dallas a walking city, which they never believed they could. One of my clients was a woman, she wears stiletto heels, and she said, you realize the walking radius in Dallas is 75 feet. And I said, well, we're going to change that. And we did to some extent. People are walking to that park. And then a similar achievement in Buffalo, we had a small part in the old bed of the Erie Canal, adjacent to Lake Erie. That's fills the canal bed and a little more. Ice skating rink in the winter. Oh, there we go. Smaller city, Greensboro, taking a park that was essentially stupid little parking lots and athletic fields and turning it into something they could be proud of at the best street in Greensboro, which I think is called Elm Street. And then similarly in Houston, another kind of lackluster park that was athletic fields, and we turned it around, and it's the best playground I've ever seen. It's in the Upper Kirby neighborhood near River Oaks. So Currently, and I was there yesterday, we are doing a lot of work in the Bay Area. A mystery to me for a lot of you Angelenos is why a lot of our firm's work is incoming. Why is there more incoming by far from the Bay Area than from LA? It's a bigger city, LA. I rarely get a call from LA saying, please come fix this. Although there's one thing I'll talk about in the question period that I think would be an easy fix and a big morale booster for the mayor and everybody else. But San Francisco, we've got 5 or 6 projects. We're constantly getting calls there. And this is one where on top of a transit center in downtown, it's just a magnificent park with no crime problems at all, a lot of activity, even though it's 40 feet off the street. And we are now working on Union Square, and only 6 or 8 weeks into it, Union Square, with the kind of programming I'm about to show you, has turned around amazingly quickly. They'd almost given up Union Square. When the 49er wide receiver got shot, everybody said, that's it. Union Square has been terrible, and this is even worse. This is embarrassing. Lo and behold, I was there yesterday for 3 hours. I saw one person under the influence of drugs the entire time, and he just moved on. Everybody knows him. The cops greeted him saying, hi, Emmanuel, you can't be here. The magic word, right, Bill, you can't be here. And off he went. So these are where we've worked using the Bryant Park playbook. And if somebody said to me, what are the successful public spaces you'd be proud to show? These are the cities we're in. But we're working on 3 in Florida. Well, a lot of work in South Florida. And each of these has had its own obstacles. Everybody tells you when you start working, we've got the worst city government processes you can imagine. Just like everybody always tells me they're the windiest city in the country. Not true. Windiest city in the country is Amarillo, for the record. And, but no, you can't put movable chairs in our space because they'll blow away. It's common, but everybody also says the bloody politics of our city will not allow you to do what you want to do and essentially privatize. I have a slide here for you because I knew I was speaking at Pepperdine, not at Stanford. So this is, I try to avoid using the word privatization anywhere that is blue. So West, I've been told by, I just had a meeting with Lou Horn at CBRE. He's a great LA booster. And he said, we have to call it public-private partnerships. And I said, you know, I know that, Lou, and that's what I usually do, west of the High Sierras or east of the Blue Ridge, and in Chicago, which doesn't show there as a blue dot. But other than that, you can say privatization as much as you want. In Dallas, when I first got there, I said to my client, I had a prepared speech about why the city of Dallas cannot run the park we're creating over the highway. And I got about 2 minutes into it, and my principal client waves his arm and said, Dan, you don't have to make the case that the private sector has to run everything here. That's what we know in Dallas already. We accept that. So that was nice. That's rarely the reaction I get. So here is the most profound slide in the presentation. A mistake that's commonly made in doing public spaces that are crummy and need to be upgraded is staying too far down in that pyramid and doing concerts and big festivals. Anybody from Atlanta in the room or knows Atlanta? Most people don't know this park, oddly, because it's famous. Centennial Olympic Park, where the Olympic medals were given out and when there was where there was a bombing, is all in the bottom of that pyramid. They have very rare, big deal events, concerts, festivals, very expensive. 22-acre park surrounded by fabulous stuff. The aquarium, the place where the Hawks play, Ted Turner's initial restaurant, World of Coke, Omni Center, and yet 22 acres, I bet you today there were no more than 25 or 30 people in the park at lunchtime, whereas Bryant Park had 4,400 on a not particularly nice day. So why? Because we're up at the top of that pyramid doing things, and this would solve the problem. I'm going to mention Pershing Square in a bit, downtown. But these are things that keep the area completely active for 12 or 14 hours, and they're very low cost. So if you visited Union Square today in San Francisco, you'd see all of those things. We've started up. Amazingly, the call came from the mayor of San Francisco, her top economic development person, the prior mayor, before Mayor Lurie. And they've been a great client. They believe in this program, the informal, continual programming things that made Bryant Park work or what you need to be doing. And then you need to pay attention to who in the world is in your space at what hours. So I started with this. We used to program kind of indiscriminately. And then when was it? Just before the Beijing Olympic Games, I was in Beijing, and I was jet lagged, and I got up at 2:30 in the morning, and amazingly, nobody knows this, the Chinese do not have time zones. Everything is on the same time, the whole country. So I got out on the street, it was 2:45, bright sun, 2:45 in the morning. And I'm wandering around seeing Tai Chi on every corner with retired Japanese people doing Tai Chi. And I said, this is fantastic. First, why are these people all out there? And somebody whispered to me, they make everybody retire here at 55, so they have nothing to do. So they kind of self-program. There's the best programming park I've ever seen that's self-programmed is Gate of Heaven Park in Beijing. And then I came back and said to my staff, okay, Tai Chi early in the morning. We do have time zones, so it's not going to be 2:45 a.m. It's going to be at 6 in the summer. And then what next happens is the families come out. Little kids are out with their parents or caretakers looking for something to do. So we program actively for them. The workers come out of their office building midday. Seniors have obeyed years of teachings. They should get off the streets when nightfall comes. So they are there for a piano concert we have that's every day for 2.5 hours. And the average age of that event is 80. They have a wonderful time. And then students wake up about the time the seniors are arriving. And then they make their way out to the park. And the people have characterized, I don't know if you found this, Bill, Murray Hill is the University of Michigan dormitory in New York City. So they graduate, they move to Murray Hill. They're right near Bryant Park. They're a wonderful audience. Not all from U of M, but a lot of them are. And then the residents come back. So that, and we entertain them with we do some big concerts and film series and the like. So we do have big events, but you don't rely on them. So that is 16 hours of activity. One of the worst things to afflict American placemaking is the expression 24/7. There is no 24/7 anywhere in the world, including Las Vegas and New York and anywhere. And forget about 24. Just do 16 and 6 or 16 and 7, and that's the way we view it. So just a few more slides. Oh, it's starting to run down. So Bryant Park, this will slowly fill in, but Bryant Park has exactly this theory. There are events all around. This slide often gets held up, but what it should be showing is, let's see if I have to push this. No, it's not. This map shows the locations of all of the things we're doing that are those small programming events that occupy the entire park. It's just too busy for there to be crime. In addition to the fact we're doing broken windows, we also have what Jane Jacobs called eyes on the park. There are too many people there. It doesn't look like a good place to commit crime. Sorry that slide didn't oh, there it is. I guess I have to point them all in. So film series, dance performances, yoga, juggling sessions. This is running down, Michelle. I don't know if I have, there you go. So you get a sense. So, and that's old. We have probably 20 more programs that have been added. Every year we have to improve. So what does that lead to? A good park is dominated by women. If you go into a space and you find, and you don't know if you're safe, go into a city you have no idea of, and it's 80% men, you should leave immediately. Unless you're on some odd situation like the Naval Academy campus might be predominantly men in a public space. But if you're in a city and you don't know and you're seeing too many men, it's not good because women are very careful of their personal security and they will get out if they don't like what they see. Bryant Park, the green is women, the purple is men. I don't know why we picked those colors. And then Bryant Park is a female park now. It's 70% female. During the Christmas market we have and rink, and about 60% female in the summer. So that's a sign of huge success. And what makes the women happy? I know this from experience with my wife. If we're in a foreign city, she doesn't trust public restrooms. So she says, I have to go to the bathroom. We're going back to the hotel. And I say, do we really have to? That's a long way off. Yes, I'm going back to the hotel. So women particularly are fussy about restroom conditions. In this restroom, we said we're going to have the best, except for Rick Caruso, we're going to have the best. That is not really a public restroom in the Grove. It's fabulous, but I told them you have a better restroom than we do, but it's not really competing with us because you've got a fabulous shopping center around it. But he knows how to do this. It's brilliant. This isn't a public space. It's the most popular restroom in Midtown. Flowers everywhere, recessed lighting, coffered ceilings, plastic that goes around the seats so women don't have to put paper down, which a lot of them do. Full-length mirror for women, classical music, artwork, and it's not that expensive. And this is not widely emulated. I've been shocked how little my stuff is copied that seems difficult. This seems difficult, but really isn't. And then, let's see, what else have we got? So this is, I'm not going to dwell on this, but it's good to talk at Pepperdine on this. The further left you are on the screen, the more private. So Post Office Square by Norman Leventhal in Boston did a fabulous job. He buried a garage, made a totally private, small park. Bryant Park is very private. We take no money from government. And then Central Park's a mix. It's half public, half private. A lot of public money. It's well run, but it's not the kind of private that I do. And on the right are just things that contribute money, and they're a little less actively involved. So the city still runs the stuff. To do that, you need to have earned income. And my first day on the job, which was January 3rd, 1980, way before Bill came to New York, I got hired by the Rockefellers. The last thing the president of Rockefeller Brothers, a brilliant guy who just died named Bill Deedle, said to me was, if you want to be popular with the Rockefeller family, we're paying your salary for a few years to fix Bryant Park. Please do. But don't come back every year. 3 years is enough. Find your own money. And I said, sir, you got the right guy, because I'm kind of an earned income type. I can't stand asking for charitable contributions. I'm not going to be doing that, and I don't want government money. So we got rid of government money. It says government support. We stopped taking it in the early 90s. And we found all these other sources. Our winter activity is hugely profitable. That's a skating rink surrounded by shops in the European style. Concessions and restaurant are very remunerative. So we've got $30 million of earned income, which allows me to run the park the way I want. It's only 6 acres. So it's a very good budget. I have this bunch of 28 and 32-year-olds who really run the park day to day that come to me and say, could we get $35,000 for an idea we have to make the park more exciting? And I almost always say yes, because we've got the money to do it. And then kind of thing government can't do, or a lesser finance park. And this is where the money comes from in more detail. And you see, if you look at that chart carefully, it took me a while to figure out what I was doing, because this is not, it wasn't obvious how to get earned income in a public space, even in the #1 market in the country. But those of you from other cities who are thinking about your park, don't be pessimistic because your park is not the #1 market, because the top 10 or 12 markets can do this also. Commercial world values those cities also. I'm going to wrap up here so we get some time for the professor. So this is one example. This is a kiosk, not much bigger than this room up here where I'm standing. And not only do we get a lot of rent from the operator, but we also sell the name of it, first to Southwest Airlines, then to Fever Tree, and then to a coffee brand, and I suspect we're going to sell it next to Delta. So that's $800K a year from the naming rights. And then Bank of America has been our heroes, $3 million a year for the sponsorship of that rink and market. And then the movie nights is sponsored by whoever's winning the movie battles. It was Netflix then, now it's Paramount Plus. I don't know if they're winning, but they're helping us. And then I think they're losing, actually. And then last 2 slides. This is a wonderful conversation I had with the owner of that building, who sold it to Trizac Cohen, who then sold it to Brookfield. And he said, you made my family a lot of money. I said, this is a very good way to start this conversation, Alan. Thank you. I like this. So he said, I'm going to do back of the envelope here. That building, the Grace Building. It's well known in Manhattan, right next to Bryant Park. We had 22% vacancy, and before Bryant Park was fixed. We haven't done much to fix the building, but you did a lot to fix the park across the street. And the truth is, rents are up $50 a foot. $50 a foot, for those of you not in the real estate biz, is a shocking number to be throwing around by an owner who would be more inclined to say, we fixed the building. So he said $50 a foot, but let's call it 15. We're really conservative. And the building is 1.3 million square feet. So if you multiply that out, as the leases came up, he sold all the space. A Big Four firm approached him at the time and said, we're dying to be in the Grace Building. We love Bryant Park. He said, sorry, no room at the inn, go somewhere else. He said, I would have jumped on the table for those guys before. We don't have any space for them. The building's all leased. And then $20 million as a result of the rent roll turning over. And then there was a 5% cap rate for those of you in the real estate business. So if you multiply that out, it's a $390 million jump in value for the building for only $1 million spent, because they helped us do a garden and other stuff. So 390 to 1, which they call a 390X deal in the private equity world. And he made a joke. He called somebody. He said, when was the last 390X deal we did around here? Usually 4X is plenty good. So they were my biggest supporters. This is the last slide. Dallas is having the same kind of impact around the park, and we hope that to be true in San Francisco with all of these. So Professor Prieger, right? Yes. There he is, coming up, and we're going over here? Please. Yep. Thank you. Oh, there you are.
Well, thank you very much, Dan.
Sure.
Welcome again to Pepperdine. It's an honor to have you here.
First time here, and it's an unbelievable campus.
Yes. They know how to do development at Pepperdine.
Magnificent.
Yeah. So we would like to jump into talking about Los Angeles. Maybe before we do that right away, can you just say generally, as you know, you've been doing this for several decades now, if you think about just the transferability of what you did in that original project in New York City, how easy or how difficult was it to take that to other locations? How much is each one a customized boutique solution? How much could you benefit from economies of scale? Oh, it's like, oh, I've done this, so now it's easier.
It's a good question. My first comment is that the bag of tricks works in most of the country. So we're coming in with the same MO, which we have to modify a bit for weather and a bit about the neighborhoods. Sometimes you'll have different conditions. The most scary project we've ever done was for the Green Bay Packers. They called us and they said, some of you who football fans may have known, they have Titletown right near Lambeau Field. And we weren't allowed to call it anything with the name Packers in it because they were worried the money would migrate into the players' pool. So I got into NFL labor economics very quickly. So they said it's got to be called something like Titletown, which it was. And then this is a small town. If you've never, how many of you have been to a Packers game ever in Green Bay?
I'm a shareholder.
The Packers are owned by 368,000 people from Wisconsin and Minnesota. There's no billionaire owner there. And when they want to build something, they put out a request to people like Pete saying, please send us $5,000. And he gets nothing in return except he can go to the annual meetings at Lambeau Field and shout if he wants. But that town scared us because it's not even in Green Bay. It's in a town called Oshwabanon, which is a tiny village. So there's single-family houses right next to Lambeau Field, which are rented out during the game for parties. We said, well, our techniques work in small-town America. This is really small town, 3,500 people. Lo and behold, on opening day, the guy who's the chairman you all know, Mark Murphy, Super Bowl hero for the Redskins, and then was the chairman of the team until recently, is speaking, and I'm dying, saying, is anybody going to come to this park after all this effort? And I'm looking behind him, and I'm seeing tons of families who had the Wisconsin bodies, not to insult Wisconsin too much, but I said they seem to be coming to our playground right now, and we have all kinds of football-related stuff there's a 40-yard dash and the like, but it doesn't say Packers. It worked beautifully in Green Bay. They're delighted with it. So it can work anywhere. The hard thing, somebody in discussing LA this morning with me downtown said, how come Pershing Square, I want to talk about Pershing Square, how come Pershing Square has never been done? And I said, one sentence, somebody's working on it. I get 1 million nibbles saying, you did Bryant Park, you did all these other spaces, come fix Pershing Square once and for all. It's been bad for 40 years. It's at 5th Street and Flower, roughly. I'm off by a block or two. And I say, it hasn't been fixed because somebody's working on it who's not me. I'd love to do it. So we had a meeting today about that with some influential downtown owners and brokers. So maybe. So it generally okay, but occasionally there are blocks that stop the city from adopting the ideas.
Right.
Sorry for the long explanation.
No. So continuing with looking at LA, would LA present any unique challenges, or is it just the old challenges dressed up in new clothing?
Well, the good things about LA, weather is a problem for us in a lot of cities. New York has 46 inches of rain a year. You have 15, I think. And we have, and you have, people often ask me, how many days of good programming weather does our city have in your view? LA has 250 or 300. Dallas has close to that many, but absolutely nothing from June 1 to Labor Day. It's too hot. So you have to program at night. And New York has maybe 110. So we had a big problem. What do we do in the winter? And we put in the rink and market, and now people are hardy and they show up to skate and the like. So we're up to about 210 or 220 days of plausible activity. So that's a big advantage in LA. I'd say the problems, to answer your question, are the politics not as vicious as New York, but politics in downtown LA is a problem when it comes to fixing these things. I don't know so much about Santa Monica politics or other areas, but there's always been somebody who had some grip on it. That was a problem. And then the general skepticism that downtown LA is a good walkable thing, which I don't agree with. I've liked downtown LA for 30 or 40 years. I married a woman who went to Fairfax High School and then UCLA and then went to law school in Chicago. But I've always thought downtown LA had a lot of potential to be a good, walkable, exciting place. So I'd say an answer to that with regard to LA specifically, politics, a little bit, skepticism among the residents that downtown can ever be anything walkable and good, because I think it can be as an outsider.
What was the nature, or where most strongly did the political opposition come to the original project, and where do you think it would come from in LA?
It was a miserable project. I'll tell you a story from Ball 4, the book by Jim Bouton about the Yankees in the 60s. Mickey Mantle evidently got drunk a lot. And one day he had a terrible hangover and he said to Ralph Houck, I can't play today, I just can't. So the press was saying, why isn't Mickey Mantle on the lineup? The Yankees are down 4-2, 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth. It's in Yankee Stadium. And Houck looks at him and says, guess what, you're up. No way around this. I'm going to tell people you had a hangover so you couldn't come up in this key situation. 2 outs. He hits a 3-run homer on the first pitch and then he runs around the bases, slumps down on the bench, and somebody pokes him and says, are you okay? And he said, if only those people cheering knew how difficult that really was. It's in the Jim Bouton book. So I say that it was horrendous. It was 7 years of bad politics. The worst were the preservationists. They didn't want Bryant Park to be privatized or have anything built in it. And all we did was build a garden-like pavilion. The rest of the stuff was small. But they fought me and fought me and fought me. And there were people left over from the Robert Moses era who had fought him on Tavern on the Green. They were the ladies you read about in Caro's book about him who had strollers, and they picketed outside Tavern on the Green. They were still around, and they were my enemies. They didn't want Bryant Park to be privatized or built in. And I got so discouraged that in '86, one day I said, for the first time in my life, I'm going to play hooky. So I went to a movie. Something bad had happened that day about the approvals. So I went to a movie, which was Kurosawa movie, Ran. Some of you may have seen it. It's samurai slicing each other's heads off with swords. And I said, this is making me feel better. My life is pretty good. Well, but then on the way back, I had an even better experience. I ran into a zoning lawyer, a famous guy. Most of you, Bill may know him, but most of you wouldn't know him. Steve Lefkowitz just died. And he said, you don't look too good, what's the matter? And I said, Bryant Park's never going to happen. I wasted 6 years of my career on this. And he said, no, that's nonsense. So this is something you should use. His answer to me was something you should use in your careers. He drew a matrix with a vertical and horizontal line. He said, let me tell you about projects. I know a lot about whether projects are going to happen. There are good projects and stupid projects. And he says, I know the difference. And there are powerful people and powerless people. I know the difference of that too. And anything that's a dumb idea pushed by powerless people has zero chance of happening. I've never seen it happen. Anything that's a dumb idea pushed by powerful people, 25% of the time happens. They can push across the goal line really dumb ideas. Great ideas pushed by powerless people somehow succeed despite themselves. And then he said, this is the quadrant you're in, 100%. Great ideas. Fixing Bryant Park is great. Everybody wants that to happen. And who's behind you? The Rockefellers, Andrew High School of Time Inc., the library, a few real estate owners. Those are powerful people. So good idea, powerful people, 100% chance of succeeding. And I never forgot it. And every time I tell somebody that story and draw the thing from them without saying where it came from, they say, that's brilliant. How did you come up with that? Steve Lefkowitz, it wasn't my idea. Former deputy mayor, his name, Bob Steele for Bloomberg, he said, this is great, this is revolutionary, I'm going to use this the rest of my life. I was honored. So it was very tough. And some other cities present problems like that.
Yeah. You mentioned Pershing already. Are there other areas of Los Angeles that seem most promising?
I'd love to do MacArthur Park. Bill might have comments about MacArthur. Somewhat. She said in the paper the other day. 5 years what?
No, it was cleaned up for 5 years.
You feel it's better now, significantly?
No.
It was worse than when we
In the past.
Oh, it was cleaned up for
Yeah.
5 years. Yeah.
concerts, everything was going right there for 5 years.
Well, there was a story in the Times a week ago saying Mayor Best says you really ought to look at it, it's better. Everybody's telling me that's wrong. I'd love to do MacArthur Park. It's complicated. Pershing Square is a cinch. I shouldn't say that because somebody may finally hire me to do it. No, let's say you said it was a cinch.
Famous last words.
But Pershing Square would take 1 year to fix. It would be totally better a year from now if somebody just let me do what I wanted, or somebody else like me. Whereas MacArthur Park's complicated, but it's on my list. I have a little list on my desk of projects I really think I could do that have kind of not been done in the United States. There are 8 others. Those 2 are on it. I'd love to do them. And then there's no excuse for 3rd Street Promenade being bad. And there was a time when people would ask me, what are the best examples of retail street redos in the country? I would say 3rd Street in Santa Monica and Lincoln Road in South Beach. And both of them have turned downward, which surprises me. Lincoln Road was a brilliant thing, and everybody tells me I haven't been there recently, but they say it's negative and bad. And then I had a spy looking for these before my meeting today. There was one other in LA. There isn't, as somebody said to me in the meeting this morning, the reason you're not finding dozens of opportunities is, and then they gave me 2 others whose names I'm forgetting. I haven't seen them. There aren't that many public space projects because this is not a public space kind of city. But I'm not sure I accept that.
So clearly you had to deal with the issue of the homeless population in general, but also local to the park in New York City. I have not looked up the statistics, but I'm willing to bet that homeless per capita is probably higher here in Los Angeles today than it was in New York at the time. Well-known problems for a variety of complicated reasons. What would you do? I mean, is it a chicken and egg thing? Like you could do your thing, you could get them out of the confines of MacArthur Park, for example, but then eventually the sea would just crash over the good efforts again. I mean, how would you think about the potentially unique challenges that Los Angeles' homeless issue might present?
One comment about the word homeless. Bob Hayes was the homeless advocate in New York City, former lawyer at one of the big white shoe firms, and he befriended me because he wanted the homeless to be helped. Bob is not only a well-intentioned person, he's a smart person, and he's pretty honest. And he said, "Okay, I'm going to kill you if you tell people what I'm about to say to you." And he said, "The truth is, I invented the word homeless. I, Bob Hayes, invented the word homeless to persuade the New York Times that these were people who were poor victims of economic circumstances." But he said, the truth is, most of them, it's alcohol and mental illness or drugs, those three things. That is the situation today. So it's hard to solve the whole problem on a citywide basis, either in LA or New York. Locally, you can. Bryant Park the homeless were not to blame for Bryant Park being terrible. The hardened criminals were, and the drug sellers. But there were still, when we fixed it, we had these huge crowds. It was maybe 2,500 people at that point at lunchtime. There were maybe 10 homeless people. So I'd say to people, the secret is making the ratio of non-homeless to homeless very high. So 2,500 to 10 or 15 is a high ratio. Women were not intimidated because there were 1 million people who looked like them nearby and not so many homeless. So I used those numbers forever. And then one day I woke up and I said, we don't have any homeless people. What the hell's going on? And we do not throw out homeless people. If they want to sit with bags on a bench, we let them as long as they're following the rules. But they don't come anymore. If you went to Bryant Park today, if it were a nice day, you would see 0 homeless people. So you can solve this at the micro level, but solving it citywide, I really don't know. Given that Hayes was, honest about it, it was alcohol, drugs, and mental illness. They're troubled people. You'd have to go back to when there were 4 or 5 to solve these problems in a lot of cases. And I always tell my people, I really don't want you guys to think I'm hard-hearted. My wife, when we see a person like that, says that was somebody's baby. It makes me cry when she says it, and it's true. So I am sympathetic, but I can't go back to when they were children or when they were abandoned as children and fix that problem. So they're going to be in your city. You have more because of the weather you have. Yeah. Weather. And San Francisco has more because of how charitable they've been. Those affected.
Yeah. Well, as an economist, I have to ask you about the positive externalities that you showed us that you created for the surrounding real estate. The basic result from economics is things with lots of positive externalities tend not to be done as much because you can't make profit off of those, right? I mean, I'm assuming your corporation did not directly profit from the increase in value from the grace. But I'm sure you thought about it. So are there ways, like at the level of, for example, securing funding or bringing people into partnership with development, is the promise of those positive private financial benefits for others, does that help you, not just politically in selling the project, but in a real business sense?
Yeah, it would. I have not cracked the code, but setting that up, and we had a little conversation. Some of you may know Lou Horn, who's active in Urban Land Institute here, and I guess the CEO of CBRE, and he would like to not only fix some of the spaces I've mentioned, but also do what you're suggesting, because I said it can be organized as a nonprofit, as Bryant Park is, but you're leaving money on the table that the people who carry this across the goal line should benefit from. So it hasn't really been solved yet, but it is a good direction, your suggestion.
Yeah, good. Just a final question on LA, and then we'll open it up for questions from the audience. As you look at Los Angeles and our current situation with, as we've been doing for a while, thinking about development at least in part in terms of upcoming Olympics, but now more recently just dealing with the Eaton and the Palisades fires. Do you feel that that will just suck up all the oxygen for the next 4 or 5 years?
It's so, I kept calling Michelle and saying, I'm going to be late, I'm afraid. I left 2 hours early, and the Pacific Coast Highway is so slow, and I was astounded. I'd never seen the fire damage until today. So it's just so visible, and the loss is so raw that I do think it's going to soak up most of the effort. They've got a proposal this thick from Urban Land Institute to solve it. Rick Caruso is, I'm sure, highly distracted because he's in charge of this thing that he set up. His government hasn't given him the job, but I do think that's a problem. But this morning, the group there, which included a lot of important people, said, no, we should do, it would be a great win for LA and for the mayor if we did Pershing Square or MacArthur Park at the same time. Mm-hmm. So I think both should be done. And sometimes, in the wake of 9/11 in New York, there was progress on other things. And 9/11 was as much of a raw shock as the fires were for you, certainly maybe more. It took 6 weeks before anybody could even think about what to do. So,
yeah, it would be nice if the saying "a crisis is too good to waste" could actually be applied to something positive for LA. Yeah. Let's just leave it at that. So we do have a good amount of time here for questions. There are people on both sides with microphones. So when you have the microphone in your hand, if you could first maybe just briefly introduce yourself, and then please ask a question. Don't give a dissertation.
Hi, KT Thangavelu. I have a public safety group called Protecting Parks and Beaches, which has been a real concern in the West Side. I just wanted to say I'm happy to connect you to somebody that's central to the business improvement district of MacArthur Park and 3rd Street Promenade. So it's the same person. I've sent your website already. We really need those spaces cleaned up. So no question.
Great. Well, thank you for the lead.
My name is Daniel Lowenstein. I'm from UCLA. I have 2 questions that are closely related. In a way, they're looking at the same thing from opposite sides. But one is the places you've mentioned that I know about, the ones in New York and the 2 cities in California. The others I don't know. But these are prominent places. People from all over LA know about Pershing Square and MacArthur Square, and people all over New York know about Bryant Park. Is there a reason why that should be the case, or could it just as easily be done in a different part of the city? I live in the San Fernando Valley, for example. Could it be done in a place like that? And the other question is, to what extent, the activities that you mentioned, especially the ones at the top part of the pyramid, things like playing little games in the area and so on, they would seem to be dependent on local traffic. Nobody's going to go from Van Nuys, where I live, to Pershing Square to play one of those games. The ones at the bottom might attract from a broader area, but so the second question is, and it is obviously related to the other, is it something that really is a local activity, even if it's a well-known park? Or is there something intrinsic about, well, those are the 2 questions.
Okay. Can it be done in smaller places, either macro-wise or micro-wise? The answer is yes. I get a lot of people who say, you just started in New York, now you're in San Francisco, Dallas. Those are 1, 5, and 6 markets, media markets in the United States. Can we really do this in our city? Which they're usually asking for the point of view of a secondary city or tertiary. And I think the answer is yes. The top 10, which ends with Atlanta, Washington, Boston, and Houston, those are 7 through 10. perfectly. There's plenty of money sloshing around in those economies to do this. And then there's some special cases. Well, I always tell people Nashville's a special case, media capital, Miami, just out of the top 10, and the like. So that's macro-wise. Micro-wise, can you get people to pay attention to smaller spaces that aren't as well known as you said in your first question? I think the answer is yes, because Bryant Park could easily be obscured today, nobody knowing about it. Central Park sucked up all the air in the room for years. You still, if you look at New York City tourist pitches, they show Central Park, not us, which I've told them I'm annoyed about, because we have thousands of Germans and Brits and Spanish people and Frenchmen coming to Bryant Park to see it. It's very busy, 19 million visitors a year. So I think the answer is you make the space prominent by making it great. That's the answer to your first question, even if it's not the most prominent in your region. Games, we have a thing, I'm forgetting what we call it. My company calls it something like visitor capture zone or something. People come to us. Interesting, I've got an LA example. Eli Broad passed away, huge figure here. Eli was convinced that Frank Gehry's architecture for Disney Hall and his museum would draw so many people from Chicago and Phoenix and Seattle that there would be no more need to program Grand Avenue. I had the argument with him 3 times. And the 3rd time I had it, I said to my staff, I really hate to argue with a guy whose net worth is $6 billion because I'm not smarter than he is. But he couldn't get off this point. And I said, Eli, you got to have other things. They're going to admire Frank's architecture, and then they're going to leave Grand Avenue, and Bunker Hill is going to be the same as it was. So I think the answer is in what we call, I forget the exact name, but within the walking radius of that city, which is bigger on walkable cities than places like LA, but downtown is a walkable place. If you have enough people within 1,000 feet of that space, and there are some buildings there or dense residential neighborhoods with single-family homes, you can get a decent percentage of the people. Not everybody fools themselves and says we can draw 20% of all the people there. You can't, because Bryant Park draws 96%, 4% of the people in the neighborhood. 96% don't come at lunch. What are they doing? They're on vacation, they're at a business lunch, they're at their desk, there's a conference. They went to eat with somebody 5 blocks over and not in Bryant Park. So you got to accept that you need a certain number of people, as you suggest. But even a victory, to us, a victory of a park that's kind of vacant now is if you can get 25 or 50 people per acre to be in there. Yesterday in Union Square, I was telling my staff, this is basically a 2-acre central space, Union Square, San Francisco. And I said, there are 110 people here right now, and it looks busy as hell. 110 divided by 2 is only 55 per acre, whereas Bryant Park is essentially at lunchtime, 4,400 divided by 6, 700 per acre. That's jammed. There's nowhere to sit. But Union Square is on its way with a much less dense situation. So I think the universal techniques can still work in places where you don't have huge crowds, huge drop-bys that are automatic. Sophisticated questions you ask.
Teresa Villa, the city of Santa Monica. One comment, one question. Comment, I'm a frequenter of Bryant Park and I absolutely love it, so thank you.
Thank you.
2, public-private partnerships aren't always successful. Do you have any projects that maybe didn't reach the potential you were hoping for? Can you share those with us?
Good question, the ones I'm disappointed in. So let me pick on Newark a little bit. Prue is great, and Ray Chambers is great. Most of you don't know of who he is, but he did the first buyout deal with Bill Simon, the former Treasury Secretary, made a pile of money, $500 million, when that meant something. And Bill and Ray then said, he went to Westside High School in Newark. He said, I'm devoting the rest of my life to fixing downtown Newark. And he spent a ton of money on it. But he and Prue were great. The property owners, as Prue predicted with me were not so great. Didn't back it. So we got halfway there, and just the money wasn't around, and our fee had to be paid. My private consulting firm works on a fee. And so I visited it the other day, and it's much improved, but it's disappointing. In fact, I lost the job in New Jersey because somebody said Military Park is really not a success. And I didn't want to say the property owners dumped out on me. So that's one. There are some places we don't get hired. You know what the most common thing is? They call me and say, fix this place. And I say, I'd love to. I'd love to work in your state, in your city. I've always liked it. I've been in every city in the country except Tulsa and Columbus. So then they say, but hold on, we've got to negotiate the terms of this thing with the city government. And I know then that I'm never going to do the job, because I then say to them, I know what's going to happen. You're not going to call me back for 2 years. And please let me help you. Sometimes I even say, I'll do this pro bono. Let me help you tell the city what the deal ought to be. And that's the reason for failure before I get in. And then other failures or mediocre achievements. City of Portland.
My hometown.
Oh, yeah? There's a space, the famous Lloyd Center, where I think Tanya Harding trained as a skater, maybe.
That was Clackamas Town Center.
Yes. So they were the client, based in Dallas. There's a nearby park with gang activity in it. Portland has a surprising amount of gang activity in it. And we programmed it, and then the city convinced us. They have a bizarre city government in Portland where the council people get assigned agencies to head by the mayor. Never seen this. So a friend of mine who was one of the deputy mayors, one of the council people, was told, you're in charge of these 3 agencies. It made no sense at all. So the Parks Department was under a hard left person who really didn't want private management of the space. And they told me, okay, your stuff is great. The Parks Department's going to take it over. And the second we left the scene, it's called, it's right near Lloyd Center. What would the name of that park be? I'm forgetting.
I don't know.
Nothing good. The gangs come from the nearby high school. And I'm not proud of it. It's not on that list of successful spaces. And that's a failure. There are a few others. Usually when we're given total control, we can succeed in some degree, but we don't always get total control.
Hi there.
Yes, hi.
Chicken or egg question. Back in Mayor Reardon's administration, which was turn LA around, was his motto, his theme. He worked on Hollywood Highland, for example, common areas, with private money, Limerick Park. But he had the cooperation of law enforcement. There was accountability and action with regards to homelessness. If you were to revitalize Pershing Square, for example, without the city's cooperation with regard to law enforcement, public safety, the homeless, which comes first? Do we revitalize small areas, or do we have to have the political will in place for on the macro level? If you redid Pershing Square and it became homeless the next day, how do you make that work?
Well, if you had successful programs so that it was busy, it wouldn't be dominated by the homeless. We might have some people, and it would be fine as long as they follow the rules. But it's harder in cities. Peter Moskos's book, which I mentioned to Bill, which is kind of a follow-on to the Taylor's excellent movie, talking about how they really did it. I have a tiny piece of it, but Bill was very nice. He said something nice about me, which I was honored. But 6 pages is me, and 195 pages is Bill, Jack Maple, George Kelling, the Broken Windows guy. It's a fantastic book. It's called Back from the Brink. And they talk about what's necessary to cut crime as he did it. And my concern now in most cities with Soros prosecutors is you got to, I tell people, we had a client in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and they asked me about New York street activity. And I said, okay, listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you. I'm not exaggerating. If your aim when the day started in New York was to find your way to the inside of a jail cell, you would have to take a gun and shoot somebody with a lot of witnesses. You might be in jail by nightfall. But with Soros prosecutors, and there are a lot of them out there, and you can tell my bias. I would get booed for saying this in the blue sections. It's terrifying how hard it is to be inside a jail. And that makes the task of people like me. We had a stabbing outside Bryant Park about 200 feet away last night, which I got news of when I got up and here. And that's terrifying. And there's some mention of this in the Moscow's book. There's a lot of reclassifying of crime when you have a prosecutor like that. There's a clear assault in the, what is it called, first degree, assault in the first. That's serious. Assault in the second degree is a misdemeanor. Yeah, or something like it. And that guy's not going to jail. So the assault in second degree can be somebody, he'll have to correct me, but going up and punching somebody's teeth out on the street, no provocation. I think that's being declassified in a lot of cases by our terrible prosecutor. There's no press here, is there? Because I don't want to criticize Alvin Bragg nationally, but it compared to the good old days of the 90s and the O's, things are out of control, partly out of will. They're just not punishing people. Crime has been redefined. Crime is not crime anymore. It's terrifying in the cities where we have that. So San Francisco has clearly seen the light. And I tell people in New York that. They say, San Francisco? I say, and Oakland. I don't know how last night's election came out, but they have seen that they need to have serious penalties for crime, more than New York has. New York's electorate will never come around. It's so hard left that they really support the prosecutor in having a loose hand. It's terrifying for me because we're trying to keep the lid on.
Hi, Elisha Kraus. As a former resident of New York City and now a mom of 4 living in Los Angeles, I appreciate your work. So out of all the examples that you gave, though, you only pointed out one playground. And if you're looking at trying to draw in the women, because you say that demonstrates that it's a safe space, then ideally I think you want to draw in the families and the children. Why, just a broad question about your industry, or why governments potentially don't structure parks as like play spaces that are encouraging for women and families? And what element in these partnerships that you're looking at, is it kind of practical, people on a lunch break, tourists coming through, versus the play aspect for residents and people with families?
I was impressed in France how often the carousels that are in French cities are nowhere near the residential neighborhoods. And I said to my wife, one in Lyon, one in Paris. I said, there are no kids near here. Why are they finding them? Kids find stuff. So I do think play areas are very important, and they don't have to have sand. They don't have to have a sandbox. We're now doing one really good one in Union Square that has to be removed every night. That's a nice little play space for toddlers. We have something called Toddler Tuesdays, Toddler Thursdays. We had 12 toddlers. It started with 1 6 weeks ago. It's going to be 25 or 30 very soon. And Bryant Park, we now have a brilliant area for kids that doesn't have a formal sandbox or anything. It's got a carousel and a games area and a general store where you take a shopping cart that's toddler-sized and you pull produce off the racks, plastic produce, and you wander around. It's perfect because the toddlers, it keeps them standing. And then we have parties there and a little kids' reading room, because we have a big person's reading room on the other side of the park. That's little kids' reading room. So we've combined 5 or 6 things to make the play area, and it's a wonderful thing for Midtown. People are having their caretaker very often come to the park with the kids. The parents come out of their office building, spend an hour or 2 with their kids, and then go back. So I'm a big believer in what you say, and Green Bay has a little bit of that. And obviously Houston, I said, Dallas has a fabulous formal playground. Interestingly, the French, I used to say the Luxembourg Garden was the best playground in the world, but they haven't done one thing to fix it since I spent 4 days there in 1991. My wife's a fine arts lawyer, and she had clients in Paris. She said, I'm going to leave you alone for 4 days. I said, oh, terrific. I don't speak French. She's bilingual. I said, this is going to be a challenge with my little one. So I spent all the time in that playground because nobody would ask me anything. And it was a great playground then, and now it's great, except it's been surmounted by all the other playgrounds. Odd for the French not to have fixed it. 33 years, they haven't changed the thing. I'm there all the time. So, but you're right. That's something we should be doing in every single space.
Well, why don't we, I think we are headed toward a break now, which Pete can speak to, but why don't we thank Dan again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jim and Dan. We are going to take a 15-minute break. And before we do, I also just wanted to piggyback on Michelle's comments and both welcome and appreciate, Larry, you being here and being a part of this event. For our graduate students here, you may not know, as we have commencement coming up next week, Larry was our 2019 honorary degree recipient. And so it's a real honor to have you back, and delighted to partner with the Taylors on this event as well. So if you get a chance, students, please get a chance, take an opportunity to speak with Larry. We're going to break for 15 minutes and come back with our next panel. Thanks.
We're going to show you another 6-minute clip from the movie. This is going to be about broken windows policing crime and how that kind of turned around in New York City, and then we'll have the broader discussion about what can happen here up on stage. I did want to point out one little kind of fun fact about this movie and the interviews, ironically, that you're going to be seeing is that when we started working on it, it was late 2020. And so, of course, every studio in New York was shut down. You couldn't work. You weren't allowed to go anywhere. And I have to thank Mr. Biederman and Larry Moan and Commissioner Bratton, because they actually all came to our apartment. So all of the first round of films that we did in our apartment, and they were nice enough to pretend like that wasn't weird and to go with the flow, and we owe them a lot for just like being very flexible. So there's a lot of white walls and random things that you'll see, and that was just our apartment at the time because you couldn't film anywhere else at that moment. So moment of time at that moment. So we will go ahead and get started on this clip, and then afterwards I'll invite Mayor Falconer and Raphael up to the stage. Thank you, guys.
Giuliani begins a search for police commissioner, and he made it clear that he would be potentially interested in naming me as commissioner based on my success in the subway system, and that I would be his choice for police commissioner effective January of 1994. What Rudy and I both shared was a belief that the city could be made safer, be made better. To take back the streets of New York, in some respects, was like taking Europe back from the Nazis, that it was going to require an all-out assault.
Bill Bratton embarked on this famous experiment in policing called broken windows policing.
George Kelling and James Q. Wilson came up with the theory of broken windows in 1984, saying if you have a window that is broken and it is not fixed, then you will have 2 broken windows, then you'll have 3 broken windows. At some point, you have a neighborhood that is very, very, very hard to recover.
But modern policing did not begin with capturing criminals. It began with maintaining order. And Bratton was very much attuned to this.
Quality of life offenses are as important as serious crime to be addressed. The basic mission for which the police exist is to prevent crime and disorder, the 5 most important words in law enforcement. To deal effectively with crime, you're also going to have to simultaneously deal with disorder.
A healthy neighborhood polices itself in the sense that if you've got a neighborhood with healthy foot traffic, where everyone is employed, where every restaurant and retail space is full, if someone comes along and they break a window, that window will be immediately fixed. It's only when the neighborhood has stopped being healthy that it is not immediately fixed. So once you have gotten to the point where the police are in charge of this, you are already at a point of failure.
We started to focus on stopping and arresting fear evaders. What did we find? 1 out of 7 were wanted on warrants for other offenses. 1 out of every 20, 21 were carrying a weapon, box cutters on up to Uzi machine guns. So by going after quality of life, we're also having an impact on crime.
Criminals do not specialize. Criminals are omnivorous. They are multitaskers. They break one law, they break another law. There's a great chain of being in criminality between the low level and the high level. It is all connected. And even if it wasn't, even if Fair Beavers did nothing worse, it still would be essential to stop it because it sends the message that no one is in control.
These guys from Brooklyn that wanted to go to Manhattan and rob, they wouldn't pay the fare, they'd hop the turnstile, and they're bringing the tools of their trade with them, the illegal firearm. You stop, you capture that person, and you're saving a shooting, who knows how many robberies, how many lives are being saved. And we saw that. Those numbers came down dramatically. Violent crime, way down.
In 1994, Jack Maple, who was my Deputy Commissioner for Crime Control Strategies, probably one of the most brilliant people I've ever known when dealing with crime issues, and Louis Anamone, who was Chief of Patrol, effectively created this system of accountability called CompStat, where they invited every precinct to have crime maps and to track daily where crime was developing and to do something about it.
So CompStat means computer statistics, and all it is a recounting of each of the 7 major crimes in each of the precincts in the city on a daily basis, so we can get a good picture. How are you doing this week? How are you doing for the past month? And how are you doing year to date?
So CompStat has 4 basic components to it. Timely, accurate intelligence. Gather up your crime information every day. Rapidly respond to those patterns and trends, and precinct captain was expected to know about it, talk about it, and what he was doing about it. Effective tactics, where what you're doing about it, was it working? If not, why not?
10% of the locations in the city accounted for over 60% of the violence in the city. And that became clear early on as we're looking at the maps. Although you might have had 1,900 homicides the year before, there weren't 1,900 different shooters. We had 100,000 robberies. There weren't 100,000 different robbery perpetrators. There were some people doing a lot of the crime. Let's identify them and let's get them.
It was the idea, if you want to prevent crime, you can't wait till there's 30 or 40 incidents to identify, gee, we have a pattern, we have a problem. You needed to do it when it was 2, 3, or 4, to develop a system that you could effectively map out the city, where was crime occurring, and then when you saw those hot spots start to emerge, put cops on the dots. After the first year, the crime declines were so dramatic that the papers and the media reporting dramatic declines in crime. So people were seeing where they got the news, but in the reality in the streets, the prostitutes were gone. The squeegee pest was gone. The disorder was gone. Times Square was starting to get cleaned up. I predicted in a speech at the Manhattan Institute in 1996, after I left as police commissioner, over time, as we corrected behavior, there'd be less need for summonses, arrests, stop, question, and frisk. And I was proven right. The jail population went down dramatically. By the time I left after 29 months, crime was down 39%. I benefited from Giuliani being mayor because I don't think that Dinkins would have ever authorized me to be as assertive with many of the practices that we put into place. And Giuliani did.
And with the decline in crime, New York City began a rebound. More businesses that had been leaving started to stay, and the city started to come back in a way.
All right, great to be here. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. Well, welcome. We were just talking before we both sat down. We're going to give you a little New York and West Coast San Diego perspective. So it was great to see some of the things that I think we both feel very, very strongly about, and some of the experiences that happened in New York City under the chief. Pleasure to see so many of you and friends Besides being the mayor of San Diego for 2 terms, my biggest claim to fame is that I'm a visiting professor here at Pepperdine University. And so it's great to see all of you here, and Raphael, all the work that you're doing at the Manhattan Institute.
Thank you.
And the things that we were talking about. And our topic today, of course, is how public safety propels and fuels urban prosperity. Or probably, if you don't have it, what does that mean on the flip side? So why don't we start out a little bit? We'll start with New York. Tell me some of the things that you've been working on, Raphael, and maybe touch on some of probably the big one that we just talked a little bit about. You saw in the clip, the whole broken windows.
Yeah, I mean, so my work at the Manhattan Institute is, the way I see my job is to basically not screw up a really fantastic set of ideas that made New York City better, right? So I see myself as kind of promoting those ideas, refining them, and it's not as hard as it looks, in part because what happened in New York City was so straightforward for anyone who takes a critical eye to it, and you're able to really assess how that city was able to turn around. And at the core of it was getting the public safety question right. What I think we have lost sight of as a broader society, but also in New York in particular, is what got us to that point of success. We kind of became victims of our own success in a way. As crime went down, people became less comfortable with the sort of aggressive posture of policing that got us there. And so a lot of the work that I do is just reminding people of why aggressive policing is necessary, why paying attention to quality of life is important, why there needs to be a role for robust incarceration if you're going to keep your city safe. And that is a surprisingly busy job, in part because people forget and people don't fully understand a lot of these ideas. I mean, broken windows, I think, is the perfect example of that. It's an incredibly important and revolutionary theory that changed American policing for the better, but it's also something that very few people know how to accurately describe. And George Kelling, who was one of the co-inventors of the theory along with James Q. Wilson, they posited that theory in a 1982 essay in the Atlantic Monthly back in 1982, but I got the chance to work with him a little bit in the last couple of years of his life, and he was very frustrated by the degree to which a lot of people didn't understand it. And so I think a good place to start is to just say, a little bit about what broken windows the theory was and how it was integrated into policing. And I think the best way to kind of understand broken windows is as a psychological insight. It was a recognition that when human beings are confronted with visible disorder, that sends a signal that they process as a signal for fear. If you walk into a subway station and you are immediately hit with the scent of urine, you are able to process that and you understand that, okay, well, somebody urinated here recently, which means that somebody felt comfortable enough to do that incredibly antisocial thing in this public space. And if someone feels comfortable doing that, and that means they're confident they're going to get away with it, which means that no one's really in charge. And if no one's really in charge, then anything goes. And if anything goes, then I'm vulnerable. And what people tend to do over time is the more that they are confronted with those signals of public disorder is that they avoid those spaces, and then those spaces become increasingly more vulnerable to all kinds of disorder, including serious crime. That's the theory of broken windows. Broken windows policing is the integration of that insight into how law enforcement is done. And one of the best things that New York did was give its police a mandate under Commissioner Bratton to actually go after those quality of life offenses, to go after the people who were urinating in public stations, in train stations, to go after the people who were hopping the turnstiles, to go after the graffiti artists, and not just cleaning that stuff up, but also to interact with the people who were committing these violations, who were engaging in this antisocial behavior. And what was discovered was that this thing that started off just as a service to the quality of life, right, this sort of independently justified endeavor, we want to make New York City cleaner and more pleasant, turned out to have a more significant public safety payoff that was discovered as time went on. In the clip that you all just watched, Commissioner Bratton noted 2 statistics related to the program of subway turnstile enforcement. One was that 1 in 7 individuals were found to have an open warrant. The other one was that about 1 in 20 or 21 were found to have a weapon. When police began interacting with people for lower level quality of life offenses, what they found was that a good portion of those people were actually found to have been involved in more serious kinds of crime. And so the public safety payoff of that enforcement was actually bigger than what a lot of people anticipated. And that is a sort of insight that I think we have lost sight of. And it's something that I really wish progressives across America, who are in charge of some of the greatest cities that have ever existed, would understand and commit themselves to serving.
It's interesting how and we were just talking a little bit how I'm a big believer in the pendulum always swings both ways. And I think it's coming back to center/common sense. Not only in California, we've got a long way to go, but across the country. And I noted, and it was a couple of months ago, where that pillar of conservative thought, Andrew Cuomo, was talking about, what did he say? He said the dumbest 3 words in public policy ever uttered was defund the police.
That's right.
And I thought, well, that's interesting coming from Mr. Cuomo in New York and all of that. And I vividly remember the first time I heard that phrase, and because I was woken up in my bedroom one night at about midnight, and there was people out in front of my house, that's while I was still in office, with a bullhorn yelling, defund the police, defund the police. And I woke up and I talked to my wife, and I said, what are they saying? She says, I think they're yelling, defund the police. And she's like, well, that's the dumbest thing ever. And yet that became, right during that time, we thought, surely, that whole pseudo movement for a while. And in California, I watched as it took hold. And too many of my colleagues up and down the state not only didn't think it was a dumb idea, they actually did it. And they reduced their police budgets. I was the only big city mayor in California at the time that said no thanks. And in fact, I stood up at a press conference with a coalition of folks all around me, and I said, we're going to increase the budget. And we're going to increase the budget by 7%. Why? Because if we want the best and brightest men and women to carry that badge, and if you have an emergency and you call 911, our officers better darn well show up. We need to give them the tools, the training, and the financial support to do their job. And I think you have seen as city after city and now states have looked at that and saw what some of the results were. What did all of these cities in California, when they defunded their police budgets, all of them, every single one of them, 3 years later, they couldn't run fast enough to put money back into their police budget. And so I think that tells you when it comes to leadership and when it comes to policy that will last and what actually it takes to govern a city or a state. And you can't do it by virtue signaling. You actually have to have policies that matter and that people care about, is you have to stand up and be willing to do the right thing, even in the face of what might be a temporary move or a fad. And as we were talking back there, I mean, public safety, I think in both of our opinions, it's the foundation of everything. As mayor, I can't talk about economic development if it's not safe. I can't talk about attracting good businesses or keeping good companies if it's not safe. I can't talk about good quality education in my schools and safety in my parks and playgrounds if it's not safe. And so to see how that really got off track, certainly here in California, and we'll talk about Prop 36 and 47 hopefully in a minute, but to see how some of those, all of the good work that was happening in New York City and how some of that started to get off track, maybe you could, Raphael, comment on that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about New York City and lots of other cities around the country, I mean, Los Angeles, San Francisco, a lot of these places that experimented with, defunding the police, with decriminalizing public order offenses and lower level crimes, the Prop 47 was incredible in terms of, basically allowing people to steal up to $900 worth of goods and not face felony charges. And then people were surprised that, suddenly retail theft became a much bigger problem. But what I think was driving that was two things, right? The public safety dividends of the kind of more aggressive posture the police took paid off in a big way, and it gave people a lot of breathing room in cities across the country. And in the late 90s and early aughts in places like New York, we started to see people take their foot off the gas a little bit, and the sky didn't fall. And they took their foot off the gas a little bit more, and the sky still didn't fall. And that gave people, I think, a false sense of security that they could engage in much larger scale experiments with public safety without, things really hitting the fan in the way that they did. But the other thing is I think a lot of people really latched on to this idea of racial justice. I don't think there's any way around that topic, right? I mean, when you think about the 2020 calls for defunding the police, my guess is that if you asked every single one of the people who were out in front of your house that night, to the last one of them, at least 9 out of 10 would have cited racial justice as the main reason, for why they were asking for what they were asking for. And it was an incredibly powerful motivator because nobody wants to be called a racist and nobody wants to stand up in support of institutions that we're all being told at the time are racist institutions that are driving up the numbers of innocent black males being killed unnecessarily, et cetera. And so I just want to stop for a second and just say kudos to you for standing up to that kind of public pressure, because I don't think enough mayors around the country did that, and it really deserves a round of applause, to be honest. But one of the things that a lot of people failed to grapple with was the fact that that experiment and that set of experiments carried a lot of downside risk. And that downside risk wasn't equally distributed across the jurisdictions that they were being done in. The clip that you all just saw, Louis Anemone had talked about at the time when they launched CompStat. They found that about 10% of the locations in the city were responsible for about 60% of the violence. The Manhattan Institute, in the wake of this defund the police era, did a study on crime concentration in New York, and we found that in 2010, 15, and 20, 3.5% of the street segments in New York City accounted for 50% of all the violence. And if you don't know what a street segment is, if you think about a city block, it's corner to corner, both sidewalks, right? So we have about 82,000 street segments in New York City. 3.5% see 60% of all the violence. 1% see a quarter of all the violence. What do the people look like in the neighborhoods where those street segments are concentrated? Right? When you consider the crime decline that occurred in New York City, what you find is that the improvement for life expectancy was concentrated almost exclusively in low-income minority neighborhoods, in the places where you saw the highest concentrations of these street segments. And what I don't think people really appreciated enough, and still don't to this day, is that aggressive policing, sane incarceration policies, what they do is that they concentrate public safety benefits in places where the demographics look exactly like the groups that the individuals calling for these experiments are claiming to represent. And that was something that frustrated me to no end and really motivated me to do a lot of the work that I've been doing as of late. But yeah, I mean, my sense is you would say the same in California, right?
I would, and I like the word you used, experiment, because that's exactly what it was and is, in my opinion. And Prop 47, which passed when I first took office in Marin, I think it was 2014.
That's right.
And I remember coming and doing a press conference saying, well, wait a second, we're going to say you can go steal anything you want in a Target, CVS, or name the store, $950, and it's not going to be a felony. You can do it any day over and over and over again. It's never going to go out and do heroin, methamphetamine, wherever it's going to be. That's not going to be a felony. It's going to be a misdemeanor. And we think that's going to make our cities in California better. That was a failed experiment, right? And Californians came back just last cycle with Prop 36 overwhelmingly and said, thanks, but no thanks. And this is not a partisan issue, right? Democrats, Republicans, and independents all kind of like being safe in their neighborhoods. And one of the things that I always stressed, and on my very first day in office, the first thing I did was appoint a new police chief, because we had some troubles in our department that I wanted to bring in some new leadership, and it was Chief Shelley Zimmerman, who's a big fan of yours, Chief, as you know, and first female chief in the history of San Diego, but who had an attitude of, we're going to be fair, we're going to be open, and yes, we're going to be aggressive in preventing crime. And I said, Chief, you're going to have my full support as mayor. And what she also, I think, was a good, strong advocate of was best practices today are not going to be best practices 5 years from now. And if you go in with that mindset and that mentality, you're going to be able to adjust in what you need to do in terms of policing, in terms of how you interact with your community, how you use technology. We were the first biggest city in California that adopted body-worn cameras. And at the time, a lot of our officers were resistant of this concept, and it completely turned around once they saw the benefits of it in terms of not only for safety from the public, but also officers themselves. And so I think you have to have that ability that says we're going to constantly move forward, but we are not going to lower our standards. We can't afford to do that. And what happens when you do that? In cities or states, when you do that, people vote with their feet and they leave, right? And they leave your city, or that's not going to be something that I want to be a part of. And so I think that's why it's so incumbent. Again, it's not a partisan issue at all. It's a common sense issue. You stand up and say that and be very vocal about it, because it underlies everything we do. Not just urban renewal, but any city and any small town. And failed experiments, you got to call them out for what they are.
That's exactly right. And the body-worn camera issue, I think, is actually really fascinating, not just because of the turnaround in terms of the perception of the intervention on the part of police officers, who I think were largely resistant when these ideas were first being introduced, in part because of the tone and the context in which they were being introduced, right? A lot of people who were, policing reform advocates were pushing body-worn cameras because they thought that it was going to expose police misconduct on some massive level, right? Their mental model was that police were abusing their authority by being too aggressive, and that was causing harm in particular communities that was going to be exposed if we strapped a camera to them and filmed everything that they did. It turned out to be that, of course, as we all know now, body-worn cameras ended up vindicating police officers significantly more often than they subjected them to potential
100%.
Criminal penalties. But they also served as a great source of evidence in prosecutions. And so, last I checked, something like 85% of criminal prosecutions in the United States have some video evidence component to them. Body-worn cameras are a big part of that. And so now the very same progressive groups that were calling on police departments to adopt body-worn camera programs are now opposing them and calling them for them to be dismantled, in part because the body-worn camera footage is so often used in criminal prosecutions as evidence against the defendants who are being arrested. And it just gives you a sense of how poorly thought out and reactionary a lot of these policy experiments and proposals were and still are. And I think at the root of that is a certain degree of ignorance about how crime works and how law enforcement works. I touched on one of them already, which was, this idea that by policing low-level offenses, that you were taking police out of commission to deal with things that weren't all that serious, right? I mean, a lot of critics of broken windows policing today still say things like, well, police should really be concentrating on the robberies and the rapes and the homicides, and why are they wasting their time? But the reason is because that's how you actually go after and discover the more serious criminal conduct, right? I mean, and this is common sense when you take a minute to think about it. Most criminals do not advertise outwardly their desire to commit a crime in the immediate period before they actually commit that crime, right? Unlike police officers, the robbery crews are not wearing their guns in visible holsters on the side of their hip. The drug dealers generally do not have, tables full of fentanyl with prices, drugs for sale here. They hide their criminal conduct. That criminal conduct needs to be discovered, right? So you need a basis for interaction in order to discover that criminal conduct.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things we talk about is, and I'm glad they showed that in the video, is criminals not going to go out and say, I only do low-level crime. That's all. I'm going to stop. That's all I do. That's my niche. That's just not reality, right?
Nor is it the other way around, right?
Correct. And so it's consequences for actions. I mean, that's fundamentally what we're talking about. And if you don't have consequences for actions, those actions are going to continue, and they're going to get worse. And that's common sense, and again, it's human nature. And so you have to have a fair, just, but aggressive system that says, of law enforcement, that says, this is how things are going to work in my city, and this is what we expect of you. If you don't do that, there are going to be consequences. And cities that do that flourish. You can't have Bryant Park without without folks knowing that they're safe. You can't come to the gas lamp in San Diego if you don't believe it's safe. I mean, you won't have conventions come to your city if they think my convention group can't come around and come outside the hotel and walk in, so you're going to lose all of the hotel revenue and all of the things like that mayors spend a lot of time thinking about. Fundamentally, public safety underlines everything. And so as we look at, in Los Angeles and other things, and I'm glad you talked about prosecutors, they go hand in hand, right? I think you're seeing more and more folks across the spectrum saying, we need consequences for actions if we want to have safe, secure neighborhoods in a place that all of us want to feel good about living in.
I think that's exactly right. And not only do other private actors like investors and business people see those signals and respond to them by choosing where to invest their money, where to open businesses, where to move with their families. But criminals are also seeing these patterns and responding to them. There was a series of videos that went viral on Twitter recently, or X now, where people were being arrested in Orange County for shoplifting. And they were very, very shocked to be told that they were actually going to be taken to jail. So many of them, you would see the body cam footage and they would ask, okay, well, just give me my ticket. And they said, no, this is Orange County. You don't get a ticket, you go to jail. And the shock, and there's this one particularly great one where these two women are in the back of the police car talking to each other. I thought you said it was only going to be a ticket. It's like, well, no, apparently this is Orange County. They don't play here. The criminal class is aware of the risks that they face. They are responding to incentives. And the progressive prosecutor movement, or the rogue prosecutor movement, or the Soros prosecutor movement, whatever you want to call it, is one of those experiments that I think has really borne that truth out. And again, it's rooted in one of these sort of examples of ignorance about criminality. I mean, the whole progressive prosecutor movement is really characterized by decisions that prosecutors will no longer charge certain classes of offenses, again, because they believe that they're too low level and that resources should be concentrated on the more serious people. But the underlying premise of that is fundamentally wrong. The underlying premise of that kind of idea is that criminals specialize. As you said, there's nobody who says, I'm just a low-level crime criminal. There's nobody who says, well, I only kill people. I don't litter and assault or steal or anything like that. Criminals are generally antisocial. That antisocial disposition manifests itself in a number of ways. So this makes it all the more important for police to interact with people on those lower level offenses, because that's how they're going to get to discover the more serious crimes. One of the statistics I love to tell people from New York, which is that of the about 4,000 to 5,000 gun arrests that the NYPD makes every year, 40% originate as traffic stops. That's almost half, right? There's nothing about a traffic stop that tells you, this person's going to be armed, right? But it turns out that the sort of people who tote illegal firearms also tend not to follow traffic laws very much. The sort of people who jump the turnstile tend to also be the sort of people who are willing to commit other kinds of crimes. And that is one of the lessons that I think was so important in terms of what we learned during the 90s crime decline. But it's also one of the lessons that's being forgotten. And but I do see signs of that pendulum swinging back, and I think California has given us some really great examples of that. I mean, you already talked about Proposition 36, which rolled back Proposition 47 to some degree, but we've seen some recalls of progressive prosecutors in San Francisco, and the defeat of George Gascon here in LA by Nate Hochman, the recall of Pam Price and Sheng Tao in Oakland. So I'd love to just get your perspective on, what you think the appetite is.
The appetite's voracious for change right now across the political spectrum. Again, particularly, some of those cities that you just mentioned in San Francisco, where he had a new mayor and others who ran on issues like homelessness, issues like crime, right? Because it affects all of us, and it's one of the things I wanted to quickly touch on, because I think it's important, is when you allow anybody to kind of do whatever they want out on your streets, that's not compassionate, right? That's not helping anybody. Like, we care about people enough not to let you die on my streets. And part of what we saw under Prop 47 is, with no consequences, drug court basically dried up in California.
New York too.
If you were arrested for crime or heroin, meth, whatever you do on the streets, you would, before you'd get arrested, you'd go to court, and the judge would say, you're either going to go to jail or you can go to drug court and kind of get clean and sober. And most folks would say, yeah, I don't really want to go to jail. That's a nice place. So they would go, and that would be the beginning of getting clean, getting sober, getting your life turned around. That's what we want. We want people to say, we're not just to continue this behavior. That stopped when Prop 47 passed because there was no consequences, right? I wouldn't have to face jail, and I don't really want to go to drug court, so I'm not going to go. That's why intervention, that word is, I think, an important word. We have to intervene, because if you don't intervene, folks that have mental health issues, substance abuse issues, or both, duly diagnosed, are not going to be in the frame of mind to help make some of those decisions for themselves. And that's why I think a caring, compassionate society that understands there has to be some consequences, and we are going to help, you have to do it. And you can't just hope somebody comes to that decision on their own. Hope is not a strategy.
That's exactly right. And there are real benefits to that, and this kind of goes back to the broken windows idea, because when you walk a street or you drive down the street and you see a homeless encampment, you see people openly using drugs in public, again, that is sending a signal to the passersby that anything goes here, that this particular place is not safe. What does that communicate to anyone who's considering investing in that community? What does that communicate to people who are thinking about moving, who are thinking about sending their kids to school in those kinds of places? I mean, one of the most tragic things I've seen are these videos of these public parks and playgrounds that have been overtaken and overrun by drug users. And you have plastic slides and jungle gyms, and at the foot of the slide is a pile of used needles. That sends an important signal that makes that particular public space unattractive to the pro-social parts of your community, which are exactly the people that you need to frequent those spaces in numbers so that these things can police themselves. And that, I think, was another just important insight from my colleague Nicole Gelinas in the clip that you all saw. But the hope is that you don't need to have, these kind of jackbooted police officers marching down every street, hitting people with batons every time they break a rule. Yeah. You have to get the community to a particular place that it becomes sort of self-sufficient, where the pro-social outnumber the antisocial, and where the pro-social have the sense of confidence that when somebody does something antisocial in the public space, that they can intervene, and they know that if they do and it goes south, that help is not far behind. And that's the kind of hope that I think gets lost in a city where you engage in these experiments to too high a degree. New York City in the 1970s and 80s was a perfect example of that. What the 90s told us was that there's actually a recipe for turning that around. It just is a matter of political will.
I use my two favorite words, political will.
Yes.
If you have it, you can accomplish a great deal. I don't care if you're in a big city or a small city. If you don't have it, nothing's going to happen. And people can talk, but unless we have elected officials that have the political will to help make the change, you don't see it. That, in my opinion, is the missing ingredient of what we have, and why it's so important, I think, for discussions like this and folks out there and in the media and others to help put that accountability on elected officials, to help give them a backbone if they don't have one, which they should have, but maybe they don't, that says, we want you to act. You have to act. And I think that's, unfortunately here in the great state of California, there's been a little too less of that for a while. Pete, let me do a time check. How are we doing on time? Because I know we wanted to have some question and answer. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah.
Well, you tell elected officials, keep talking. We're going to talk all day.
Well, you brought up an important point, which is this sort of political will point, because that is something that I have seen in a lot of cities around the country: Chicago, Detroit, Baltimore, Philadelphia, where a lot of these policy experiments get engaged in because the leadership sees themselves as having a mandate, right? They win the general election, whether it's for mayor or for district attorney, in an overwhelming way. They get 70, 80% of the vote in the general election. The problem is it's 70 or 80% of a very, very small share of eligible voters actually turning out. And in the primary elections, which is where I think the rubber really meets the road, you see very little participation. There was in Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, who is the Soros DA there, When he won re-election, he said, we clearly have a mandate now. We're going to continue down this path, and we're going to engage in this experiment, full-throated support for decarceration and depolicing, and, I have a mandate, I have a mandate, I have a mandate. And you go in and you look at the precincts where he, enjoyed 70, 80, 90% of the vote. It's like 12% of eligible voters actually turned out in those elections. And you see that in Chicago, which is how you get a Mayor Johnson and a Kim Foxx. You see that in Baltimore. You see that in New York City, which is how you get an Alvin Bragg. And I will criticize him publicly and happily so. So I hope he sees this. But you're someone who had to get elected. How do you overcome that kind of problem?
You have to, you're going to make mistakes, right? I mean, you do as on the council, you do as mayor. But you have to be able to take, in my opinion, you have to be able to say, okay, it's worth, if you're not taking a stand, then what are you there for, type of thing. And I think when you phrase things, again, in terms of that all-elusive word of common sense, which I think most people know it when they see it, and say, this is what we're going to be doing in our city. Here's what we're going to expect, and as I said, here's what we're not going to allow. Then I think it helps to bring people along. I will tell you, one of the issues that I think is really facing California, Los Angeles, the issue of homelessness. It's getting worse, not better. And if you don't stand up and say, so what am I going to do about that? And I had to kind of tackle that when I ran for mayor, and then it was an issue when I ran. By the time I left as mayor of San Diego, I spent more time on the issue of homelessness than any other issue I did, because I got tired of the city and the county. Who's in charge of homelessness, right? The county is at the city. I said, look, I'm mayor. These are my streets. I'm going to be held accountable, even if I'm not technically responsible for things like mental health and others. But we're going to act. Back to that political will. And we set up the sprung structures. I set up safe parking lots. I set up more shelters, because I actually believe morally it's the right thing to do, that we ought to have a place for people to go. And I spent more dollars in our city budget than we'd ever done that ever. But I also said, if we're going to spend a lot of the taxpayers' dollars on that, you got to use it. I'm not going to allow you to put up a tent in front of your house or in front of your business and think that that's okay. It's not okay. And I didn't allow that. And we changed it. We became the only big city where we actually reduced homelessness by double digits in my last several years as mayor. Then COVID hit, and I had to leave due to term limits. But we had set that trajectory of, again, I'm going to have a place for you to go. I'm not going to allow our public spaces to be taken over by encampments and others. It's a public safety risk, particularly with fires and other things. And so if you have the will that says, this is a problem and we're actually going to do something about it and act, you will bring the public with you. They can disagree over certain elements, but I will tell you what, nobody ever came up to me while I was mayor and said, Mr. Mayor, I wish that tent was back out in front of my business. Or Mr. Mayor, I wish that tent encampment was back on the park and in the canyon there. No, we want to help people. We want to help actually make a difference in our cities and in our counties, but it takes action to do that. And so I was a big believer that if you allow what's going on, and you see particularly in every city right now, that's the number one issue in California, in my opinion. And we need leadership to take action and say it's not acceptable.
All right, shall we do some Q&A?
Q&A time.
And there are microphones going around.
Thank you both. This was really helpful. I'm actually a graduate student at Pepperdine, but I'm actually on the mental health side. So I'm currently a clinician as a therapist, and I'm really glad that you both talked about the mental health aspect, because I found like even going to mental health summits and being a part of, going to community events within Los Angeles, within South LA, within Compton, and a lot of what I found is, when I've asked, I want to say predominantly within Compton, mainly because a lot of the population that I work with are in underserved communities. And at least I only know about Compton, they're trying to have more police officers doing foot traffic to sort of have a lot of sex workers be able to ask for help, which I thought was great that they're doing, but I'm finding with the work that I'm doing that even with doing group therapy and working with other clinical psychologists and them also working with an LAPD to give psychotherapy to the police officers, is that because of the stigma behind mental health, they don't want to go to see a psychologist, right? So there's still like a lot of stigma within the mental health. And I guess it goes for a question for either one of you, do you see maybe in a way where maybe like therapeutic services or maybe like mental health therapists working alongside, LAPD, or NYPD to sort of facilitate that change? Because it sort of seems like there really isn't much happening, because it seems like law enforcement is one way, mental health is another. And maybe what would that look like? If that would that even be possible? I would say, because of the whole defund the police and all these funding issues.
So there are a couple of things that I would say. I mean, look, there are some cities around the country that have experimented with things like co-response, right? Co-response is where police officers are responding to, mental health specific calls, along with or aiding mental health workers who are also responding, and that can work to some degree for the lower level calls, right? Not necessarily for people who are seriously mentally ill, who are dealing with deep psychosis, or who are struggling with diseases like, paranoid schizophrenia. But I think one of the biggest challenges here is an infrastructural challenge. The reality is that a short period of therapy and intervention may stabilize someone who's seriously mentally ill for a short period of time. But there's a subset of the population that's overrepresented in a lot of these homeless encampments and in the homeless community that are very deeply ill and in need of long-lasting care. And what there aren't enough of are beds where they can go and spend multiple years in a facility that is secure, where they can get the help and medication that they need. Because one of the things that we see in cities across the country is, an individual who is in a mental health crisis will come into contact with police, they'll be taken to a hospital, they'll be stabilized at the hospital, evaluated, released after 24 to 72 hours with a short supply of medication that they are told to go and renew. And then they don't. And they fall right back into the level of psychosis that they were when they were found, and they're back on the street. And I have some personal experience with this. The New York City's answer to my now late aunt's serious mental health problems was to give her a free subsidized city apartment, right? Well, after all, she's homeless. All she needs is a home. Okay, well, she was given a one-bedroom apartment in the Lower East Side of Manhattan in a building that would, cost me $6,000 a month to live in, and she spent maybe 1 to 2 days a month in that apartment. She would be found on the street and in hospitals all throughout New York State, from Lower Manhattan to the Bronx to Poughkeepsie. Who knows where she would be found next? The reality is that a lot of people misunderstand the character of serious mental illness and think that it is something that can be dealt with in a kind of passing way, and it can't. And once you realize that, you start to have to confront the lack of infrastructure for inpatient mental health treatment that is long-lasting. So that's a big challenge. The other big challenge, though, is there's a massive shortage of mental health workers in this country, and it's growing. In 2015, the CDC predicted over the following 10 years a 25% shortfall of mental health professionals to meet the demand. And that's understandable. It's even worse, actually, when you think about the kind of crisis that you're talking about, because a lot of people who are mental health professionals will choose to, and understandably so, to take their degrees and go and open a clinical practice where they're serving high-income communities and charging $200 an hour while they sit in a leather chair in a brownstone and listen to some college kids' problems, right? That's a very fruitful way to manage that career. Not a lot of people want to go, work at an inner city for government-level pay and deal with, people who are very deeply in crisis and, physically sick and, all the. So, that's I think another big part of the infrastructural challenge. Do I think that there are opportunities where police can stand to learn more about these kinds of things and get trained in how to intervene with people who are in crisis? Sure, but I think we have to manage our expectations in terms of what we expect to come from that.
Yeah, I would, just real quick on that, I would agree with that. We're asking our officers to do so much these days, our men and women out there. Am I a big supporter of having mental health professionals with law enforcement? Absolutely, particularly our homeless outreach teams. I think it's essential. and sometimes folks will say, well, let's just send some of the mental health folks to the lower level calls. You tell me what a lower level call is going to be. You tell me what the nonviolent call is going to be that day, right? That's very tough. But I think when you have that support together, the officers actually will support it. It works. But there's, going back to my earlier point, there's no substitute for consequences for actions and taking care of that. Sir?
So, I'm a citizen of Santa Monica. Santa Monica used to have a program for residents and people who work there called the Citizens Police Academy. Each week, 3 hours on Wednesday, they came and the police came and made presentations. That went on for 10 weeks. My question is, what a lot of the people said during those presentations were that they were happy their police went to Orange County instead of LAPD. And somehow, I guess they thought there was a difference. I'm interested, Mayor, if you know that there are differences between police academies, and I'm interested to hear from you whether it would make any difference in the kind of policing that you had other than the PR that our police are nicer than the LAPD.
I've not heard that, honestly, on the difference in academies. But maybe somebody in law enforcement might be able to speak to that more succinctly or have more knowledge. Because they're pretty all standardized in California in terms of here's what you have to do to go through the academy to be a police officer. And it's pretty rigorous, and we don't want to lower those standards. And I fought very, very hard to not lower those standards. Because we want the best and brightest, right? We want people that are going to do the right thing. And we're going to, in challenging situations, have the aptitude to do that. So I actually spent a lot of time on recruitment and retention while I was mayor. And I said, I want 4 academies a year. I want them full. And if they're not full, Chief, what are we doing to get them full? What do we have to do? What are we paying our officers? What are we doing to recruit officers? And so that pipeline, which I think you're talking about, is obviously pretty darn important. And I think ensuring that you have a strong, robust pipeline is going to help you make the right decisions, that you're going to get good quality men and women, and you don't settle for second. Name me the city that wants to have the men and women that weren't very good at that. And so I've not heard the difference in where the academies were, but my own experience, at least based in San Diego County, and we all, Sheriff's Department worked and others in San Diego PD ran it. It has to be tough. It has to be rigorous, and you don't want to lower your standards. When you start lowering your standards, that's when your departments get in trouble. And that's when people do the things they probably shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, standards are incredibly important. When you have a post-certification system like you do in California, you're not going to see a ton of difference between the academies. I mean, there's always going to be differences, right? You have different instructors, different personalities. But one of the things that you mentioned, I think I heard you correctly, was that there was a sense that police in Orange County were nicer than LAPD. And yeah, I think it's important for people to understand that how police interact with their communities is largely a function of what they go through. And this is why it's so important to really invest in policing and make sure that departments have the resources that they need. Because when you have police officers who are in a department that's particularly strained for resources, that are consistently under the gun insofar as they're dealing with nonstop backlogs of 911 calls, where the types of calls that they're taking are incredibly taxing emotionally. I've done ride-alongs with police officers who they'll do one traffic stop, and the person will roll down the window and say, "How are you, officer?" And they'll say, "Hey, doing good. Just, you ran a stop sign there, so just hand me your license." They say, "Sure, no problem." It's great. It's a very pleasant interaction. Usually those people, go off on their way without incident. And then you have incidents where the police officers get out of their car, and before they can get out, the driver's out of the car, and he's aggressively walking up to the officer, cursing him out and telling him off, and then he finally gets him back in the car, and he doesn't want to give a license, and officers are dealing with that. And then they're going to a domestic violence call, and then they're going to a car accident scene where they're seeing a corpse, and so there's a lot that they deal with emotionally. And one of the things that I love about the idea of doing these citizen academies is that it can give members of the public a little bit of insight as to what police officers go through. And I think that's something that's sorely lacking in our public conversation. I mean, one of the things that's always been really surprising to me is to watch people talk about use of force situations with, complete ignorance as to any kind of hand-to-hand combat. And there have been programs where citizens can go into a police academy and actually try to take somebody down who doesn't want to be taken down. And they say, the same people who will be behind a cell phone camera screaming, "Why does it take 5 officers to get this guy on the ground?" Well, they've never had to wrestle a grown man to the ground who doesn't want to be on the ground, who doesn't want to get into handcuffs. And giving those experiences to the public, I think, is actually a really important way to help build that trust and that sense of understanding that I think makes some officers standoffish, understandably so.
There's a couple more questions. Hard to see with the lights. I don't know whether.
Right in front of you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You keep mentioning political will and the experiments and the fact that we know that they're not working. You wouldn't get an argument anywhere in this room.
Probably not in this room, no.
How in the world do we get enough political will to get these things back on track quickly instead of the years and years that it's taking?
I don't think you'll like my answer, which is I don't think that you can. I think in part political will is a function of the reality that people are experiencing. And if you think about the 1990s New York and the 1993 election in which Giuliani won, he won by the skin of his teeth, in part because Staten Island came out and voted in nearly unprecedented numbers. And that was at a time in which New York City was experiencing 2,000 plus murders a year. And even then, it wasn't an overwhelming victory. So my sense is that sometimes political will is a function of how bad things are, which is why I talked earlier about being a victim of your own success when it comes to public safety, and I think we see that a lot. So I don't have a great answer to your question. My sense is that unfortunately political will changes when people get uncomfortable. It's kind of like the hierarchy of needs. The thing that really inspires people to change course is a certain level of discomfort. And until that level of discomfort comes, people tend to stick with what they're doing.
And challenge candidates, challenge people that are running for office, right? Whether we run for mayor, supervisor, statewide, et cetera, say, what are you going to do on this? That's why it's important for, I think, all of us, not only here today at Pepperdine, but in the media and in the public discourse to say, here's what we need. Do you agree with that? What are you going to help do with that? And support those women and men that believe, I think that many of us do, on how we ought to be running our cities. Because I do think that there are people out there that will take a stand, that want to take a stand. Some people want to just jump on the bandwagon, right? When it gets convenient, well, jump on. If you're going to do the right thing, go ahead, right? And now that everybody's decided the defund the police movement was a horrible failure, which it was, great. But let's actually move forward on the things that we need to get busy with. As I said before, you can't virtue signal your way into running the city. You actually have to act and support those folks that are out there doing the right thing. Yeah.
Last question. Can you all hear me?
Oh.
All right. Yeah. Probably don't need a mic. This is something that's near and dear to my heart. Growing up in South LA, my parents took me out of public school, put me in Catholic school, and I'm just setting the table, right? Defunding the police doesn't make any sense. As human beings, we recognize that there are good people and there are evil people, right? And they make that choice. I have a brother I have a brother and a cousin that are probation and parole, a nephew that 27 years as a deputy sheriff, 3 cousins, state troopers, and a federal marshal. And so I hear both sides. And at the end of the day, defunding doesn't make sense when there's a problem, because the problem's gonna increase. You do a root cause analysis, right? And in any aspect of a problem, and then you attack it based on data and intelligence. And I think that if we put more money into training, we put more money into community-based programming, we put more money into education instead of maybe putting money into areas that don't affect society and are historically ineffective. How about redirecting that money to the areas that are root cause analysis, like a company like Beacon Economics could probably help with that, and identify these areas and put money into it. So, and that's so directed at you, Mr. Faulkner. What do you think about that? And for you, Mr. Mangual, What do you think about investing in enrichment that gives people a different choice so that they can look at life with a different outlook and not look at life as a dead end? Because a lot of people in jail right now probably regret the decisions they make, but they grow up in a certain community and you're a product of your environment. Not an excuse, just a fact. Because I know guys that grew up with everything and they made a bad choice and they spent 20 years in prison. Yeah. And I did not understand that. That did not make any sense to me at all. So what do you think about us maybe drawing back from programming that doesn't work, doing a root cause analysis and figuring out what does work and investing in that? And then you have to be accountable. Sure. There's no accountability, there's no change. But maybe, you know, the idea around, you know, it's like my family says, we got 90% of my guys are good, but you have one bad apple and it ruins the perception for us, for everybody. So maybe more stringent hoops that you got to go through to become a police officer to make sure that you're emotionally, you have the emotional equity to do it.
I couldn't
So
agree more
what do you
with
think
that.
about that?
I think the standards are incredibly important.
And I'll just, on the resource issue, you know, this is budget time in every city and state right now. Where are we going to spend our resources? Is public safety important? Or the programming is important? And are you going to back that up with dollars that do that? And so every city is going through all of that right now. You know, before we had all the different various groups that wanted the same resources all the time across our bargaining groups, and I said, no, we have a real issue in public safety, and we're going to have to address that, because if I don't, I'm going to have problems in other areas. So that, I think, is important right now and in real time to show who believes that this is important, and to do that. And I think to your point on the data and how things are working, and again, best practices and new practices, be able to say, I want to jump in with both feet on that, right? And maybe you don't, maybe you're not successful every single time, but boy, let's not be afraid to try, but let's also do it based upon what we know is going to work, and then put some money behind that. Community policing works. Put money behind it. Policing works. Make sure you have enough officers in our police department to do that. Because you can talk about doing a lot of things, but if you don't have the men and women on the street to actually put it into place, then you're just talking about it. Raphael, bring us home.
Yeah, so I mean, what I'll say about, I'm all for pulling money from programs that don't work. I'm all for experimenting with enrichment programs that might work. But one of the most important insights of the 1990s that led to the crime decline was that the whole idea of attacking root causes of crime was unnecessary to achieve the public safety gains that were achieved. This was an idea that was expressly rejected by George Kelling, expressly rejected by James Q. Wilson, expressly rejected by a lot of the criminologists who were behind this movement. John DiLulio, a few other names come to mind. Back then, their assessment was that no, you don't need to address society's problems and fix them in order to achieve public safety. Public safety is a matter of incentives and numbers, right? I subscribe to a theory of crime called routine activities theory of crime, which posits that you need three things for crime to flourish. You need motivated offenders, they have to come across vulnerable targets, and they have to come across those vulnerable targets in the absence of capable guardians. Most obvious form of capable guardians are police, but could also be other eyes on the street, right? You can affect either part of that formula without ever addressing a societal root cause that is thought to be behind crime. We have so many ideas about what causes crime, and I don't think a lot of people are right about that or even close to the mark. There's this idea that poverty causes crime. Yet if you look at New York City and you look at the crime decline that occurred between 1990 and 2017, right? If you look at 1989 and 2016, which are the years before New York City peaked in terms of homicides and before it hit its valley in terms of homicides, and you look at the poverty rate in New York City, it barely changed. In fact, it moved slightly in the wrong direction over that period of time in which you saw a nearly 90% decline in homicides. What I think you will find if you do a really deep root cause analysis, because I do agree that people are products of their environment, by and large, is that at the root of crime is an antisocial disposition that drives criminal behavior. What creates those and leads to those antisocial dispositions? My suspicion is that a lot of it has to do with the environment that people are raised in. And the most immediate environment that people are raised in is their home environment. And one of the things that we see in this country is a massive disparity in the distribution of two-parent households. And what do we see in single-parent households over and over and over again? We see that single-parent households predict all sorts of significant changes in life outcomes, and not in the good direction. We see kids from single-parent households are more likely to be conduct disordered in the clinical sense, right? Like a conduct disorder is that we have somebody who's familiar with the DSM here, right? All right, so kids who grow up in single-parent households are more likely to be conduct disordered. A subset of kids who are conduct disordered, and that diagnosis can be made as early as age 8, a subset of those kids are going to become life course persistent in that antisocial personality disposition and will develop antisocial personality disorder. If you look at the national population of men in the US, about 2% of men have antisocial personality disorder in this country. If you look at surveys of prison inmates throughout the country, depending on the facility that you are looking at, what you will find is somewhere between 40 and 70% of the inmates in a given facility have a diagnosable case of antisocial personality disorder. And what predicts antisocial personality disorder? Childhood conduct disorders. And what predicts that? By and large, family structure. And that's something that I don't think enough people appreciate. The problem is that that is a root cause that the government is not very well positioned to do much about. And so until we figure out how to fix that very deep social problem, we should take advantage of the things that we know work. Policing, incarceration, prosecution, being measured with those things and being just about how we go about those things and being fair and having competent, emotionally stable, intelligent police officers willing to do that job is an important part of that. But we are never going to get away from the reality that we need those things in place in order to tackle the crime problem and provide for the public safety in any environment. Sure.
And the things that you just spoke of are in fact the root cause analysis.
Yep.
And there is a way to deal with it. But, you know, the stick and the carrot aren't the only way. Yep. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. I know we're getting the, we're at time.
Yeah, we're getting
Raphael, thank you all
thank you.
For allowing us to share some of our thoughts today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and Raphael, thank you so much. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. Our next panel is going to focus right here in Southern California and the rebuilding effort. Delighted to be joined by State Senator Ben Allen and our new research fellow, Chris Thornburg, as well. I wanted to take a quick moment to thank a couple of our sponsors, Californians Against Retail and Residential Theft. Very excited and appreciative of their sponsorship of this event. They are at carrt.org if you'd like to find out more. Also, we have flyers up in the front. Kevin Harbour, who was our loquacious questioner there at the end, he is with the BizFed Institute, and they've got a great event coming up the end of the month, Build Up LA series, LA Fire Recovery Summit, and that's going to be in downtown LA on April 29th. So those flyers are in the back as well. So we'll break for 10 minutes, and please rejoin. And so if the Senator and Dr. Thornburg would join me on stage.
Should I come up? Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, wow.
Hot mic. Yeah.
Let there be light.
All right, we're going to get started on this third panel. And this, of all the 4 panels that we're doing, is going to be the most both California-focused and rebuilding and revitalizing focused. Obviously, our first couple panels have been grounded in the documentary Gotham, which again I highly recommend. Just a terrific film that's available on Amazon Prime and other streaming services. But at the same time, speaking with Michelle, we thought that it would be good to take one panel and really focus it on the rebuilding and vitalizing effort that is underway here in light of the fires that I know all of you have been impacted by. And I'm delighted to be joined by my friend Ben Allen, who's the state senator for the 24th Senate District, the state senator in this area, and Chris Thornburg, who is the founding partner of a firm called Beacon Economics. But of note, he has recently joined the School of Public Policy as a research fellow. Cool. And we're delighted to be working and partnering together on a series of research papers. The next one due out, by the way, is going to be on the impact, the economic impact of the closure of PCH and the fires on Malibu businesses. And so stay tuned for that release. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. So, Senator, let's begin. I wanted to just bring everyone into, to the degree it's possible, the sense of what it's like to be a leader of an area that has gone through a historic catastrophe. And I wondered first we could just begin on a more personal note. If you could take us back to those days in early January when the news began to break, and what your life was like in the midst of all that.
Yeah. Well, so I had gone up to Sacramento for my very first day back in session, January 6th. It was the Monday. And I'd actually written the resolution that had called for the president to create these national monuments in the desert and up in Northern California. And so they say, hey, the President Biden's coming to the desert. He's going to announce these national monuments. We're going to be on a plane at 7 in the morning. You got to get up at 5 a.m. the next day, and we're going to go down to Ontario and go out to the desert. Okay. You know, so I literally just leave a bunch of my stuff at my house. I leave the place. We get on this plane. We start driving out past Indio, and with a whole bunch of a small group of senators, we're going to see President Biden and be there as part of the celebration. The winds are starting to pick up, and then all of a sudden they cancel the president's landing because the winds are too bad and the dust is flowing so badly. So we double back to Ontario. We miss a flight. And then I start getting reports of something very serious happening in Palisades. And so they dropped me off at Rancho Cucamonga Metrolink station, and I took the train in. And as I went along, I was just spent my whole time pouring through all the information I could. And by the time I got home, I ended up staying at home for the next 3 weeks because my entire life became totally consumed by the fire. I'm from Santa Monica. I spent so much of my childhood in the Palisades. Our synagogue's in the Palisades. I have so many friends there. And it's been a very difficult experience. So many friends have lost their homes. Just also explained to my little 6-year-old what was happening. The fire, we could see it right from our window. We had to evacuate my mother. She took in someone from her community to go stay with her for a little while once her community, her neighborhood became safe. And then it just became this really drinking from a proverbial fire hose, trying to just learn the process of how is it that the federal government shows up and provides support, what the whole infrastructure that the state provides, how we coordinate with the locals, the whole disaster recovery center operation, the Red Cross and FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers and the California Office of Emergency Services, all of the dysfunction of Southern California governance and how that interplayed in all sorts of bad ways in terms of our ability to push back. And then, of course, just giving hugs to people, and including my poor staff that had just finished several months of us being out of session, so they were doing all the work with me just getting to know the district, being around the district. And then all of a sudden, they went into consolers in chief mode, and they were just handling thousands of calls from people desperate, trying to figure out how to navigate, what to do, how to handle this new massive change in their lives. Yeah. And we had to learn very quickly all of the processes about applying for FEMA aid and how do you get small business loans. And there's this whole kind of infrastructure of government support that's imperfect, but there.
Yeah.
And part of our challenge involved just learning as quickly as we possibly could so that we could be quick disseminators of good, high-quality information that was really helpful to people as they were seeing their life flash before their eyes. And doing all that while also managing 2 little ones and my wife, our family and all the stress associated. So it was a very difficult first month. All my colleagues, of course, up in Sacramento, for whom they all cared. Yeah. But the horror of it was it was a little far for them.
Yeah.
I've never been so close to such a massive global disaster. And so there was all this, I was on international media, friends were seeing me in Spain, and then of course then the attention goes away. Right? There's all this interest and so much focus, and then they moved on to the next thing, Donald Trump's tariffs and the market, what the latest thing. Yeah. And so that's the other challenge too. How do I, as the guy who happens to represent this area, keep beating the drum, also keep myself informed as I start getting sucked back into the grind and the routine of the budget and all the challenges in Sacramento to make sure that my community continues to get the priorities that it deserves, while also recognizing that I got a lot of other people in my district who don't live in the Palisades and they need help too, and they've been impacted too. Even though they haven't lost their houses, it's impacted our economy and our region in all sorts of ways. So it's been a rough couple months, but a meaningful. Yeah. A meaningful couple months because we have, it's been a real opportunity for public service in its most unglamorous and important way.
Well, I want to come back to just some of the next steps after that you experienced after the fires. But Chris, I want to bring you in, and this is all still raw. It's still happening. PCH is still closed. We're still trying to, frankly, put our arms around what has happened. Yeah. But take us into the mind of an economist, to the degree any of us wants to be in that mind. Take us into the mind of an economist.
Dismal science.
And but just when, I was about to say when a catastrophe like this happens, but we haven't had a catastrophe like this. But when you work around the country, and obviously you've researched in areas where there have been natural disasters and so forth, what are the kind of signals that you're looking at as it relates to the impact on an economy by a massive disaster?
Let me back up, because what's interesting about this question is actually, I came back to LA in 2000 and I started working at UCLA, working in the UCLA forecast. And I remember one of the first projects I was handed was basically on September 12th, 2001. And I was asked, what does this mean for our economy? Yeah. And of course, that was the first natural disaster I had to deal with. And we're talking obviously the 3,000 deaths and the closures and all that horrific situation. Talking about New York as the case may be.
Yeah.
And since that point in time, I have looked at these episodes, and look, as tragic as they are in the short run, I mean, this was tragic. With 12,000 households lost everything, which is just a shocking number, right? But we also know that if you look at past disasters, when the right support, the right information, when the government's doing the right thing, when the community comes together, the economy comes back very rapidly. But again, that depends on how it's handled, right? I mean, that is a critical aspect of these things. And indeed, in the context of this, we have been studying this. We've done some work with the EOI group, who has been working with the mayor's office and building that. We're doing some work for you. There's some other elements we're studying right now. But one of the things I thought about is, look, if you really want to see how this thing can shake out, let's go look at other episodes. And there are plenty of episodes. I mean, one of the things here is, right off the bat, California needs to have some permanent recovery systems in play, because the worst year for fires ever was 2017. Well, that was until 2018. That was the worst ever until 2020. And, I think it's fair to say at the rate we're going here, 2025 will probably eclipse that. So let's acknowledge this is now part of California. It is not something we can ignore, and we need to have permanent systems in place to start thinking about how to dealing with it. And that permanence is both in terms of being ready to deal with it, having codes in place to harden ourselves, but also understanding what needs to happen afterwards.
Right.
Ben, you shouldn't have to have had run around figuring this out. This stuff should have been prepared. This fire should have happened, and one of your staff should have walked in and go, here's the manual. Because at this point in time, we should know that. And I would tell you, one of the things also, just thinking about what happens now, there are plenty of case studies inside California. And we can get into this later, but I can tell you, like, you want to know everything going right, look at Sonoma in 2017. You want to see everything go wrong, look at Paradise in 2018.
Yeah.
Because these are side-by-sides of everything you can do right and everything you can do wrong in the context of this kind of disaster to help these communities rebuild. And I'm still not sure which way we're going, to be perfectly honest with you. I am still on the fence. Are we going to go Sonoma? Are we going to go Paradise? I don't know.
Well, and before coming back to the senator, were there policy decisions made in Paradise versus Sonoma that you would touch on as being pivotal?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Yeah, I don't know if you knew this. I don't want to shock anybody, but it turns out we have a housing shortage in California. And when you look at that housing shortage, you realize that that has been driven by 1,000 cuts, so to speak, right? Inefficient bureaucracies, cumbersome regulations, high permit costs, a government that seems extremely uninterested in the successful outcome of your effort. And all of these things have become a blockage on the artery of housing that our economy relies on. I hope I wasn't being too dramatic there, but.
It's a good metaphor.
And what Sonoma did was clear the arteries. Yeah. They got out of the way. They streamlined the process. They guaranteed results. They said, we will answer you in weeks. They organized the communities. They cleared stuff out. And what you see is not only did they have a remarkably rapid recovery process, the coffee neighborhood has got to be one of the most amazing stories ever. But today, post-fire, they have over twice as many annual permits as they had before the fires. So they learned their lessons. There was a silver lining to this gray cloud, which is if you figure out how to do this, for this, it turns out it's good for lots of things.
Right.
None of that happened in Paradise. None of it. I have not seen the city of LA have a serious conversation about this yet. There were some brief flirtations with, we're going to streamline this, and then it went away. Or we're going to have these two processes happen at the same time, and then it went away. And I'm not seeing the kind of leadership necessary to figure this one out, and that's going to be the primary problem. Look, let me compare real quick. Sonoma, Los Angeles, they lost 5,000 housing units. We lost 12,000. That said, that's a population of 600,000. We're a population of 9.8 million. So proportionately, what happened up there was worse. So this is not something we don't have the physical capacity to deal with. We absolutely do. LA, Orange County regularly permit 25,000 to 30,000 permits per year. This is 12,000. This is not a big lift, but it's a function of opening up the gateways to allow people to go ahead and do this. Instead, you're watching the narrative yank this yet again into conversations about inequality and in conversations about exploiter and exploited. I'm just thinking of the mayor, or the governor saying, oh, nobody should be able to call these people and make them an offer on their land. And I'm like, why is this part of the conversation here?
Right.
Why is this part of the conversation?
Well, Senator, let's come back to you because there's also different governance structures thinking about what happened up in Sonoma. In some ways, we're talking city and county. Here, we're talking city and county, federal involvement. The county's much more involved in Altadena. The city's much more involved in what happened in the Palisades. What is it? First, let me say, how do you think things are going? And that's not at all a coy or leading question. And related to that, are the things that either are or aren't working, are they structural in how our government, I mean, do we have a resilient governance structure to deal with that? Or are they more, say, funding related, political, or even individual?
I think there's the answer is it's a complicated mix to both those questions. How's it going? I mean, there's some things that have been really impressive.
Yeah.
The cleanup has been faster than anything of this size or scale around the country. I actually think the federal government gets a lot of the credit for that. Both the Biden administration and the Trump administration, as totally different and wildly different as they are, they were both very committed to a quick response. It was something that was a priority for President Trump, and you're seeing the benefits of that. I think you're already starting to see some permits given out in the Palisades. There were a lot of predictions that this was going to take a lot longer, the basic kind of start to the cleanup process. And so I think President Trump gets a lot of credit, quite frankly, for leading that and being pretty aggressive about sending the message down to FEMA and Army Corps to cooperate and work really closely with our folks and just do the work, and the National Guard, et cetera. Now, I will also say that he's complicated things immensely through, by creating all sorts of ambiguities about whether we get reimbursed, what will be reimbursed, what kinds of things will be financed. I'm really glad to see a bipartisan coalition of Democrat and Republican members of Congress. Every single member of Congress from California wrote a letter to the president asking for federal aid without conditions. So that's a really positive thing. And so I'm hopeful that will lead to some just a strong, continued, robust financial commitment from the federal government, which is really an essential player in this when it comes down to it. I mean, the state is just not prepared to handle a crisis of this size without massive federal support. Now, your other question is so there's some good stories here. Clearly, the mayor's been struggling. This was just, I think we're all surprised, quite frankly, by the extent to which they've struggled.
How would you define the struggles? Are these struggles of decision-making, communicating, convening? How would you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I think right from the beginning, right? The inability to answer that question from that reporter that was yelling at her when she got on the airplane. I think everyone would have forgiven her in a second for being out of the country. I mean, nobody complained when she went to Paris to take the Olympic flag. People expect the mayor to travel from time to time.
Right.
The mayor of one of the biggest cities in the world that's about to host the Olympics, it's not an inappropriate thing to travel on occasion. But you have to own the facts of the matter and say, the second I heard there was a problem, I got on the first plane back. I've been in constant contact with the leadership, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that we're fighting this fire with everything we got. And so there's been struggle there, and then I think we've also seen just the dysfunction of our total governance structure. The mayor doesn't have as much power as the mayor of New York, for example. Then you've got this overlay of the county, which is a whole nother complexity that they don't have to deal with in New York. So that's been on full display. Of course, the disaster across jurisdictional lines. It came to Malibu. It's in an unincorporated territory. It's the city of Los Angeles. Then you got the Altadena crisis. So all those things have really, I think, for me, pointed out a lot of these governance dysfunctions that we have as a region that many scholars have written about over the years, and they've just been on full display for everyone because people want the system to work well. And that being said, there's a lot of good work underway. Some of you will be able to drive. You'll get to see they're working. They're cleaning this place up. The permits are starting. There's some small rebuilding happening. There's philanthropy stepped up in a major way. You've got, they're on track, but it's been messier than it should have been.
Chris, the series that we're working on together is called Alternative Viewpoints in California Policy, and you've written and we've talked about some of the things that people might not know about the impact of the fires, the scale and scope of that impact. What do you think when most Californians read the news about the massive loss of homes and property? When we've talked about the true impact, I know that you've written about the fact that actually some of the value in the dirt itself is not always fully understood. So talk a little bit about really some of the value still remains here.
Well, absolutely. Well, I mean, look, some of the numbers about the cost of this disaster have been so preposterously overblown. One school on the west side that will remain unknown, even though it's my alma mater, had some obnoxious number like $200 billion or something like that. And a lot of this is misunderstanding because remember, the value of the dirt's still there. When you look at a property in Palisades, the value is the dirt. It's the neighborhood. It's not the structure.
6 inches below.
It's 6 inches below. Yeah. And so, that being said, the numbers are probably in the $25 billion to $30 billion range. You throw in some infrastructure, you're probably in the mid-30s. You got to throw property damage and stuff. So the numbers are relatively there. Here's another surprise, and this again, I always feel like somehow or other in our world and here in Los Angeles, the politics have gotten so sharp that almost every sort of transaction is looked at as kind of in a negative way. And I remember LA Times had their big outing article for any landlord who might be evil enough to raise their rent in the face of this tragedy. And I remember looking at Sonoma and not seeing any kind of real shock to the cost of housing despite all the displacement of people. And I remarked on this. Everybody's like, oh, it's going to be tragic, rates are going to go up. But when you look a little closer, what you find is, again, it goes back to the generosity of the community. The fire hits, there's this massive displacement, and actually, there's always a lot of vacant housing out there. People hold it off the market. Well, they stop holding it off the market when a tragedy hits. And it's nice to see a community lean. And actually, what's amazing is how these people have been displaced, but the communities around have actually taken those families in. And again, it goes back to the idea that we need to stop looking for we don't need to constantly be looking for a good and a bad in every single transaction between people.
Yeah.
Let's get the community to work together on this because you could see that happening here. Another thing I've been really frustrated at has been, for example, some of the restrictions that they've wanted to place on people being able to sell this land. And that, yet again, I think is a horrible idea. Look, if you have kids, you don't have time to rebuild. If you're retired, you don't have time to rebuild. If you're a normal human being who's never built a house, you don't want to rebuild. Okay? Because development is ugly. It's hard. It is so hard to do this stuff. And this idea that somehow or other we're going to let these people rebuild or make them rebuild this. No. I think that we have to acknowledge that the disaster is here. These communities are going to reform in something different, and we need to acknowledge that. And the people who do want to get out of there, we should help them. Sell your property for the top dollar to a developer who's going to come in and put up a big, beautiful home. And by the way, the value of that big, beautiful home is, did anybody mention the $1 billion deficit our city's facing?
Right.
And the easiest way for us to get out of the hole is to build housing because it creates property taxes. And it gives us more money, and it drives more business and taxable sales and all the other stuff. So, for me, I want us to take a step back and take a community approach. And I just the narrative keeps taking us to this idea that everything's got to be, exploiter and exploited.
Right.
When I think we can look at this and understand that the community is pulling together for these folks.
Senator, another layer into this very complex situation, one that's much more focused on Sacramento, is the insurance issue. And I've said publicly that our insurance commissioner has had a bright spotlight placed on him. But to talk about that from a policy and legislative issue, how are you and your colleagues thinking about insurance? How do you understand the impact from an insurance standpoint on how that region can rebuild? How are you thinking about that from a policy standpoint?
Yeah, the insurance market was already very stretched before this happened. and then this was another massive bomb in the market. So everyone knows that there's a problem. We've got increasing. You just went through all the enormous liabilities. So even if it was a perfect regulatory environment, it'd still be challenging to insure everybody in the state because of how many people live in very high fire risk zones and in dangerous places from a fire risk perspective. And then you layer onto that all of the kind of unique challenges of Proposition 103, and which have actually kept insurance rates relatively low compared to most places. But it's got to a point where the delta between it just wasn't making a lot of business sense ultimately with all of the regulation.
But hang on, I'm going to take a little umbrage with that statement.
Okay.
What it's done is put a bunch of people on the FAIR plan, which means it went from a insurance liability to an unfunded public liability, and I'm not sure.
That's largely funded by the insurers.
Kind of. Yeah. We'll see. Right. Yeah. I mean, when the dust clears. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
No, you're totally right. Yeah. So I was going to critique the system, which I think you'd agree with. That we have one of the big challenges here. We've got a challenge in the sense that we are there's so many layers to this, including an equity layer, which was to say that how fair is it to ask people who don't live in very high fire risk zones to pay more and more for insurance to insure their homes so that other folks can live in more dangerous areas. Should we look at Prop 103 in general? It was put in place, voted by the voters to try to keep the insurance industry in line and keep costs low, but it's straining at the seams. We've had to layer on this FAIR plan as a Band-Aid of sorts, and it's breaking. It's going to be, who knows? It's hard to imagine it surviving in anything close to its current form after this crisis, because so many of those people were on the FAIR plan. So I think everyone knows there's a massive problem. Now, I think the question now is going to come down to what can we do tangibly to help shore up the industry. And it's going to have to be done. There's so much that's going to have to happen. Some of it, of course, is going to have to be based on a rebuild that is really grounded in best practices of fire science. How do we, so are there things we can do to really not just incentivize, but almost force people to rebuild homes that are much less likely to burn? And I think, and communities that are much less likely to burn. Because one thing we found is that you can have the most pristine, well-constructed home yourself, but if the rest of your community isn't rebuilding or managing their properties in a fire-safe way, you still have a relatively high chance of your property burning. So I think that's going to be a big part of this story too, if we're going to keep insurers here doing this rebuild in a way that is really fire smart.
Yeah.
But
much
this
less
is going to
wear, right?
And much less wear, and that's the other question.
Yeah.
As we talk about this housing crisis, one of my challenges with some of the pro-housing thinking has been a reluctance on the part of some of my colleagues to treat different types of development differently. From my perspective, it doesn't make any sense to apply to try to incentivize greater development in the very high fire risk zones. From my perspective, the development that we need to address our housing challenges ought to be more focused on infill, more focused on safer parts of the state. But unfortunately, because of this weird mix of these aggressively pro-housing policies, but the continued NIMBYism and charter politics of California, it's actually led to increased sprawl growth deep into very high fire risk zones, which then raise costs and liabilities and dangers for everyone. It's not just, of course, an insurance cost problem. It's a utilities cost problem. I mean, every fire now, we're going to raise our rates another $5, $10 just to cover the utility liability. It's going to double pretty soon. I mean, Edison rates, I think, if you start to look at the way that the PUC crafts its rate structure. So I think that we've got to start, I think, shifting our housing focus toward promotion of housing in safer places. And for those projects that are actually going to be moving forward in the very high fire risk zones, we've got to be so much more conscientious about enforcing fire safety standards, including good water infrastructure, better utility infrastructure, undergrounding, which is very expensive, but it's very expensive to have a fire too, and those kinds of best practices.
I want to get to questions because I'm sure that obviously we have folks here that would love to ask questions about this rebuilding process. But Chris, I just want to come back to you and see if you might pull the covers back a little bit on what you've found on the impact here to Malibu in light of the PCH closures. Now, again, this is going to be in a more extensive report that we're going
to get that out too, and that's everything. Before I go there and talk about that, I just want to say one thing. I don't want you to think that the FAIR Plan and Prop 103 is all bad. I will tell you this. What's interesting, from my view, is the truth is in the middle. If you go to Texas and Florida, where they don't have anything like the FAIR Plan, there's a real problem with houses going uninsured. There's a real problem with people being forced to sell their homes because of the enormous increase, rapid sudden onset of high costs that they can't afford to pay for. You know, what's interesting is what we need a FAIR Plan, but the FAIR Plan should be there only as a buffer for these extreme times, and then we need to push people back onto private plans, and so there is an in-between. I'm not saying go pure laissez-faire here. I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of course, the study for Malibu, and this, again, I think I get a little frustrated because, you know, the process for, everything here is about mitigation. We need to mitigate fires before they happen. We need to mitigate while they're happening. That means having better hardened houses. It means having fire departments that are ready and on site when we have a big wind emergency, not, you know, fire engines sitting there uselessly. And then, of course, there's got to be what I call the post-fire cleanup. And yet again, I think there are better ways of doing it. And one of the biggest frustrations has got to be for Malibu, which is, of course, the closure of PCH. I mean, look, Malibu is a sizable community. It's really attached to LA by the PCH. You can go up the route I got down here through the canyon, and that's a beautiful ride. But I got stuck behind 2 trucks. And it was a long, beautiful ride, okay? And that's the real issue here, right? So clearly, the PCH should be open at some level. You can't just close it down and isolate this community. Now, what we did is we just started trying to get a scale of the numbers here. And what you're talking about, of course, is a community that got hit before the new year with a fire on one side of you. Right, and you got hit in January, fire on the other side of you. When we looked through it, a couple thousand workers, their jobs were destroyed, a couple thousand employees. But then there's 18,000 workers that still are here, that are with these businesses that are here, and they're across, obviously, Pepperdine's the biggest employer of this entire group. Right. But you look at the restaurants, you look at the retail, you look at the insurance companies, and they all have been cut off from the rest of LA. And to me, yet again, there's a degree of ham-fistedness there that just seems unnecessary to compound the problems Malibu has already been hit with by just closing it down willy-nilly. Now, I get it. They got trucks. They got to get them out of here, in and out of there. You need to do it in a safe way. But can't they share the road during the day? Can't those trucks move at night? Is this really necessary to do this to the community? Now, to be clear, our data, we're still trying to figure it all out, as the case may be, and trying to get.
And some of it's very hard to get sales tax.
Yeah,
data
some of it's
back.
looking at sales tax and stuff like that. But to me, it just seems like there's a better way of handling the situation than just closing it down and saying, "Oh, maybe we'll be open in May, the end of May." Yeah. So, yeah. But that report will be coming out, like you said. We're in design now on the thing, and it'll give you some sense of the numbers of things. But there's a very real economy out here. That's 18,000 jobs in this community, and of course, let's not remember all the people who live here who can't go anywhere either, Pete.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
Let's open it up to questions. We've got a bunch of hands raised. If we can, we got the microphones here. We've got my man Denny down here. We've got my man Dan in the back. Todd. Old people I know. All right, Al. All right, very good, very good.
Hi, thank you. I have a simple question. Now we know that it is really hard redevelopment and fixing LA. What about the building new cities from scratch? Modern new cities from scratch, and just connecting all that cities, new and old hubs, with the bullet trains. And why we have to bring everybody to LA or New York or Chicago? Why not building new cities?
Well, I was going to say they tried that. Have you ever been to California City?
Well, that is another thing is what we have enough space, yes. It is a policy choice. Also, it's rent, because I guess the rent is the major reason why that the policymakers do not want to build new cities, because they like money, and they are part of the community, and they are also, they have houses.
Yeah, listen,
and lands.
I do hear about this stuff, but I think it was Bill Maher who said that, yeah, building a city here was a terrible idea, but it's here. Look, people, people don't spontaneously make cities, right? Cities have formed over the centuries.
Brasilia.
Well, exactly. There is the occasional success story.
Usually by a
Marxist
Marxist
yeah.
of some sort.
Yeah. I mean, I think
St. Petersburg, I think, was
really? Or this is, I had a couple of history buffs up here are going to prove me wrong.
Keynes,
but that being said, look, I hear you, but I think right now we live here, our schools are here, our homes are here, our history's here. I think we got to worry about LA, rightly or wrongly.
Senator Allen, I'd like you to do a favor for me. I lived in the Palisades, and my house was burned. So if you are in any meeting on, rebuilding better, I would like you to bring up these few topics. Number one, clear the brush around homes that are state and federal lands. Clear the brush.
Yeah.
Number two, make sure the hillsides are patrolled. That fire was either caused by a homeless encampment or a teenager setting off explosives and fireworks. Our community has complained about this for years, and we have had no effective management of this teenage issue. And I spoke with one of the law firms a couple days ago to say, did they discover what the cause of the fire was? And they said no. They said the ATF cannot be trusted, so please note that. And that this firework issue is countrywide. There are so many other communities that are still vulnerable, whether it's Malibu or Calabasas or Palm Springs or Brentwood. And if there is no accountability on brush clearance, patrolling the hillsides, managing delinquent teenagers, there are other towns in California that will burn. There is no spontaneous combustion that happens around the winds. There is a human factor in all of these three things.
Yep.
So
Yep.
please be sure to mention that it's not just rebuilding better houses.
Totally. You'll be happy to know we just came to this meeting from a meeting at Malibu City Hall where we brought together LA County Fire, Sheriff, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the Mountains MRCA, and the City of Malibu, and we were all talking about this question. We just pushed out a lot of money this last week to help with vegetation management projects up and down the state along the lines of what you just described. One thing that a lot of people don't know is that that homeowners actually have not only a right, but indeed arguably a responsibility to handle brush management 200 feet into public land beyond their own properties. And Joe Edmiston, who's the head of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, says that they've been granting blanket permission to people to do that. So there's a certain degree of agency that people have on their own parts to do this brush management themselves within some reasonable strictures. But yeah, we're pushing out money to work on this. There's always financial challenges associated with the kind of patrolling all the hillsides at every, but of course there are certain times where we know there's a lot more danger, right? You don't need to patrol the hillsides right now for fire risk, but there are certain times of the year where there's a lot more danger. And the sheriff's department was there, and they were talking about new drone and radar technology that they're starting to use to up the public safety enforcement, and I think really focusing those technologies during really high fire risk times in the mountains could be really efficacious.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, Senator. One of the things that you talked about is kind of the dangers with really emphasizing bringing back a lot of the development in these high fire risk areas. And with the governor suspending CEQA, it seems to be like kind of putting a lot of emphasis back on bringing back a lot of this development. But how can we prioritize that while also making sure that we have developments in safer, less fire-prone areas? Like, is there an appetite for addressing CEQA at a broader level up in Sacramento? Talks about how that could reopen a lot of housing opportunities in places that aren't as fire-prone?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'd just say that CEQA applies statewide, and yet some cities are clearly growing at a much faster clip than others, right? And it's not because CEQA doesn't apply in those cities. We've been looking at some of the permitting in the city of Los Angeles. They're just so darn slow, and it has nothing to do with CEQA. They may throw CEQA up as a bloody rag and say, oh, we could get sued. Well, other cities are somehow finding a way around it. So I think it's become a bit of a straw man for cities to use as an excuse when really they're just slow on their permitting processes.
And CEQA doesn't apply to single-family homes.
Well, that's true.
So
That's
keep that in
absolutely
mind. The majority structure we're talking about, CEQA doesn't even apply. So that would be rebuilding some of the commercial zones. That's where CEQA
Or
becomes,
multifamily.
Or multifamily. That's where
Yeah.
it becomes an issue.
Which I assume is what you were really talking about, the multifamily. Yeah. So look, there's some. I will say there's some appetite. There's an interesting idea out there. Chris Ward, my colleague from San Diego, put a bill forward a couple years ago that would have actually further restricted development in very high fire risk zones in return for a more aggressive streamlining and permitting reform for infill. And the bill ended up kind of running into a couple brick walls. I mean, the truth is the building industry aggressively fights back against any attempts to try to restrict or put restrictions on building in very high fire risk zones. I had a bill, quite frankly, that was trying to address the Paradise issue, where people literally fried to death in their cars because there was one road out of town. Unlike Palisades Drive, which I got to drive down a couple days after the fire, people literally had ditched their cars on the side of the road. They clearly started running, but at least they could get to the ocean. Paradise, they were literally stuck. And there was just a row of cars. Everyone died in their cars, burned to death because they couldn't get out. There was one road out of town. I did a bill saying if you're going to do big developments in very high fire risk zones, big developments, you got to have at least a plan for ingress and egress from two different directions. And it was killed by the building industry. And they used the housing affordability crisis as a bludgeon. But of course, from my perspective, it's really silly thinking. So I think we got to push through these special interest positions and on so many levels, including making it easier for more infill in our cities, where I think there's so much room for growth, transit-oriented development, jobs-rich areas, et cetera.
Todd?
Thank you to both panelists. My question is for Senator Allen, and this was sparked, forgive the pun, from something Chris said, that in recent memory, every subsequent year has been the worst fire on record.
Yep.
And yet we don't have a manual, and California seems to be caught flat-footed. We're the 5th largest economy. We have a $322 billion budget. And when we have something like this occur, we're borrowing super scoopers from Canada. So my question is, I think the governor's proposed budget was released right during the first days of the fire. What is the state government doing to take a more strategic approach, either in funding CAL FIRE? You mentioned vegetation monies, but what are we doing from a strategic standpoint to make sure that we have the apparatuses that the state needs, that they can be moved throughout the state to respond quickly to fires, stage them at Van Nuys Airport, for example? But how is the state going to address these challenges from a strategic standpoint?
Yeah, so I happen to chair the budget subcommittee that oversees CAL FIRE's budget. So they're going to be buying a lot more equipment. They're going to have a lot more more planes. We also, of course, there's an increase in their budget in general because I think there's a recognition of the fact that we need more infrastructure. We also need to get more real about geographic equity. One of the things that I came across through the course of my time on the committee was that they keep saying, "Oh, well, we give 50% to Southern California, 50% to Northern California." Now, but they do it based on the map of the state. Where really San Francisco is about the middle of the state. Right. We all know that population-wise, that's a that's a kind of a false way to think about things. One of my staffers calculated that you could drive to CAL FIRE Southern California within 20 minutes of the state capitol in Sacramento. So we've been working really hard and pounding at CAL FIRE to start redirecting some more of its resources down to Southern California. And I think they will admit that they've been so focused, their whole mindset is about the northern forests, the Sierra, those forests, and they're not as ready. They don't have foresters who know about chaparral. Partly because the whole forester world, all the training centers are up north. There's not a good forestry. We got to have a forestry school here at Pepperdine to train really good foresters.
We have chaparral experts here.
Who understand chaparral and get them involved in the fire conversation. The folks who work on flora, at CAL FIRE are so Northern California dominated, and so part of my job, quite frankly, the last couple months has been just trying to. And they're all use this opportunity to pound away at the geographic inadequacies in the way that they approach their work right now, and they admit to it. I mean, I think this fire has opened their eyes to the inadequacies.
Funny aside, just on that, and it was Dan Schnurr, who teaches here, that taught me this. There's a street in Los Angeles that actually is what bifurcates the state by population.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
the street that runs, and I forget if it's Hill or Flower or one of the numbered streets, but actually half of the California population for the state is above that street and half of it is below. But it just shows geographically how much of the California population.
It can't be Flower because that's north-south.
Right. So it's got to be like 9th or something like that. So, yeah.
Please, yeah.
Oh.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Just go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Wait.
First, I would just like to commend the two of you. Speaking as someone who has no expertise in any of this, I have found this so enlightening and balanced and reasonable. It's just been a good
What about
discussion.
the moderator, Dan?
You wouldn't let me finish. I was just about to say, and you, Pete, you've been asking the right questions. So, but I want to ask about the insurance thing that you talked about. I personally believe that, and this applies to fires in California, applies to floods and hurricanes in Florida and many other places. I really think that the market is particularly well suited to deal with the question of how much housing there should be in dangerous areas. Areas that are dangerous but that are otherwise very desirable because of geography or beauty or whatever. And so it seems to me it's extremely important that the people who live in those areas should pay for it. And so I'm generally very sympathetic to splitting the difference. And so I thought that your point, Mr. Thornburg, it was very appealing to say, well, Florida's too hot and California's too cold, and or some other states should go in between. But I believe, and I'm no expert on this either, but I believe in the insurance industry, there's a particular kind of company called reinsurance.
Right.
And that's their whole function, to very rarely have to pay out claims, but when the claims are enormous, they're able to handle it, whereas the ordinary insurance company can't. So is there a reason why this problem cannot be dealt with by private reinsurance?
Again, I think you maybe missed my point, which is you're absolutely right that insurance companies should be able to pay for the risk they're taking on. And one of the reasons insurance costs have gone up so much is because the risk of a house being destroyed has gone up, particularly in certain areas. And by the way, the cost of rebuilding a house has gone through the roof. Nobody appreciates, but the cost of building a house has gone up by over 50% in the last 6 years, compared to like 22% for consumer goods. So there has been this big cost. Of course, insurance is going to reflect that. And by the way, for the most part, insurance companies do a pretty darn good job segmenting their insurance base, and even the FAIR Plan will segment accordingly depending on some local level of risk, as the case may be. My point is when you have dramatic changes in the market, there needs to be a buffer. But yeah, absolutely, it's at some point in time, you got to pay for the costs that house. And look, for the record, I just want to be clear on this. If you're paying $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 for insurance, honestly, relative to your property taxes, relative to your mortgage payment, this is couple thousand bucks a month. Actually, believe it or not, that's not that big of a number. It's not the biggest part of running a house. It's part of the cost of owning a house and something we all have to deal with.
We have time for one more question, and Denny, I saw that.
You've talked a lot about helping the people in their homes, but I don't hear as much about the infrastructure, the business infrastructure, as well as the utilities and everything else that the city and state and county are going to have to pay for. What is being done there? Because there are very few articles, and you don't even hear them discussed in any of the...
Senator, maybe you can...
We actually ran through some of the numbers, and one of the reasons is the numbers aren't that high. You're talking a few $billion. The cleanup is going to be more expensive than replacing infrastructure. The roads are actually fine, as it turns out, right? None of the roads were destroyed. The big thing is going to be replacing the power lines, and the decision there is, are you going to bury them or are you going to leave them back above ground? Hopefully they will bury them as they need to. There's a huge amount of safety involved with burying the power lines. But that said, I just don't think it's that big of a story. You tell me what you think.
And the gas infrastructure wasn't as impacted as we would have expected. It got totally fried in Paradise, but the Palisades surprisingly well intact. The real kind of story I think associated with utilities is just the liability. Right, so the Edison almost certainly was Edison lines that probably caused the Eaton fire, and because of the inverse condemnation doctrine in California, insurance and utility liability law, ultimately the utility is going to be responsible for the cost, and and what's that going to mean? It's going to mean increased prices for everybody. As they continue to pay for the cost of the liability.
If the PUC lets them roll it through, you could make the investors. PG&E went bankrupt, did they not?
They did, but they're the cat that has 9 lives. I mean, no one seems to let them die. And you're right. The PUC it continually rubber stamps these increases, including a recent one from 2017. So it takes a few years for them to do it, but they do it over and over again because their argument is that this is the cost of doing business in California, and if we don't do it, the utilities are going to go bankrupt, and even if they do, we're going to keep them alive.
This is me leaning forward as we're closing this panel.
All right.
Okay, let's have a nice hand for our panel. Thank you.
Commercial.
We are going to take a quick 5-minute break. 5 minutes, and then we'll back for our last conversation with the legendary Chief Bill Bratton.
All right.
Chief, welcome. Please get a seat. Please join me in welcoming the only person who has served as both commissioner for the NYPD and chief of the LAPD, among a number of other postings, Bill Bratton.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean.
So, Bill, I want to talk about first, certainly some of your experiences, but certainly for our students who are here, to talk a little bit about your approach to leadership. One of the things that we had discussed previously is that as you've come into these incredible cities, Boston, LA, New York, one of the first things that you did was to not just evaluate the system and the city as it was, but you made a point of reading and understanding the history of those places. As you know, James Q. Wilson had a great influence on the founding of the School of Public Policy, and one of the specific ways in which he influenced our curriculum was that he wanted to make sure that our policy students also studied history and political philosophy. And so I wanted to just get your sense as to why you think being a historian, albeit an amateur historian, of where you're working as someone in public service, why that's so important, not just to understand what you're walking into, but to understand the history of the place you're serving.
Well, really, what is your expectation of a leader? It's the idea that a leader in any profession, any environment, is you expect that leader to have vision. You expect that leader to have ideas, in my case, I think of myself as a transformational leader, and that's the type of leader you want, somebody who's willing to change things as they are and improve them, or deal with crises. Myself as a leader, I look for cities that are in crises in my profession. Boston, growing up in that department. LA was in crises when I came here. New York, in both instances, was in crises. And that's me. I'm a transformational leader. And to be successful as somebody who looks for crises, environments that are in crises, you have to understand what caused the crises they're in. And to understand that, you have to understand the history.
Yep.
You have to, and have also learned from the history so that when you come in with your ideas, that they're potentially applicable to your new environment. I do a lot of comparisons in my writing, my books, and my speeches between the police profession, the practice of policing, and the medical profession, the practice of medicine. Because we're constantly practicing and learning. We're always evolving. We're on a continuing journey. We're never going to arrive at a final destination. Public safety is never going to arrive at a point in time where everything is safe and going to stay safe. In the medical profession, you're never going to arrive at a point. You might be healthy today, but something's going to happen tomorrow. And so with the doctor or a police chief, basically in your police chief, what you're looking for is somebody who's very good at diagnosing his or her patient. And how do you diagnose your patient? What's the first thing that drives us all crazy now, particularly with computerization? They want you to fill out 30 forms with your medical history, time after time, and they don't share that history between hospitals. You have to do it every time. So effectively, moving into different cities, I've always tried to learn the history of the city, but also been a student of history of my profession, policing. I've read everything I can get my hands on around policing, both in terms of history, but also works of nonfiction. I read a lot of books about crime. I'm reading a fellow, Daniel Kerr, who writes about a German police detective starting in the 1920s and moving through the 70s. He's got like 19 books. In the last couple of weeks, I've read 5 of them. I'm working my way through the 19, because it's fascinating, because what he's writing about is the history of Germany during those extraordinarily chaotic times, the rise of Hitler and World War II. And in so many respects, it parallels what we're going through as a country and a world at this moment. So the idea of knowing your history is, I think, actually critical to a leader. And in the police profession, I think it's critical to be successful as a chief of police to know the history of the city that you're being asked to fix, particularly when you're going into a city that's a mess.
Now, talk a little bit about specifically what you did for LA. You did quite a bit of background, and as you said, some of it was nonfiction and research, but also some of it was fiction. Talk a little bit about how you learned about Los Angeles, not being a native.
I'll build somewhat on one of the earlier presentations today with Dan Biederman, who's a very good friend, along with Larry Mohn. And Larry, by the way, thank you for this opportunity that you've helped to create. Larry ran the Manhattan Institute during my time of evolution in New York City. And I got to learn a lot from what the Manhattan Institute and the City Journal were writing about, but I also got to contribute what I was learning back through the City Journal with a lot of the articles that I wrote or co-authored with others. And so the idea of LA's situation in terms of coming into LA, I aggressively campaigned for the chief's job here. And I thought, based on my background and success in New York and Boston, I'd be the front runner. It didn't take me too long to learn that I was last in the race. That in terms of the other contenders were already halfway around the track before I even got out the gate. And there were some people that didn't want me getting out of the gate, including Rick Caruso, the president of the police commission, who made it quite clear that he didn't want another East Coast police chief because of the many failures of Willie Williams when he was here. Despite some successes, Williams was widely perceived to have been a failure as the chief of police coming out of the East Coast. So they didn't want another guy from the East Coast, even though I had a lot more success than Willie had in Philadelphia.
Right.
But coming into LA, I had the benefit of learning its history in a wide variety of ways. One, read a lot of books. There's been a lot written about the LAPD and the city of LA. A lot of great movies. I'm a movie buff. So I grew up on Dragnet, One Adam 12. Just think of all the TV shows in the 60s, 70s, Police Story, Police Women. They're all about LA. And I watched all that stuff. So I had an appreciation from the, if you will, the movies and the TV shows, but read a lot also. And there's been phenomenal books. Joe Dominic, a very significant critic and an extraordinary writer, wrote several about the misdeeds of the LAPD. And so I read all of those coming in. Then I also read histories of LA. So I understood the whole water issue, the fire issues, the crazy politics of this place. You got one of the weakest forms of mayors in America, and you wonder why nothing ever happens in this city. You got a chaotic city government, and it's always been in chaos. And there was also the understanding of the history. I read the biography, wonderful biography by a colleague, Bunton, on Chief Parker, the legendary chief of the LAPD for many years, who was equivalent of Herbert Hoover in LA. And effectively, the system that he created, that for 50 years, the LAPD was at war with its black community. It had the worst relationship of any major city police department in America. It wasn't a tense relationship, it was warfare, open warfare between the black community and the LAPD. And that was fostered by the political leadership, who pretty much said to its police chief, we'll leave you alone if you just take care of business. And for 50 years, they took care of business and created two of the worst race riots in American history because they were taking care of business in the wrong way. So coming into LA, as a point in my life, I had been the police commissioner in New York, had my falling out with Rudy Giuliani, and at the age of 50, thought my police career was over. I had been at the zenith of policing, and in 1996, I thought it was over. So the next 6 years, I was miserable in the private sector. After the events of 9/11 in New York, I was desperate to get back into the game. I felt I had more to contribute. Little did I know that I had only lived half of my professional career up to that point. Because then LA, I campaigned for the LA job, got it, had 7 incredible, exciting years here as chief of police, went back in the private sector for a few more years, then had the opportunity. How often has it ever happened that police commissioner in New York twice? Only 2 people have done that, Ray Kelly and me. Fortunately for me, I came in after Ray Kelly both times, so it's just like checkers. I was always hopping over him, and so that was an interesting experience in and of itself. But LA, there's 3 iconic police departments in the world: Los Angeles, New York, and London. Chicago, for some reason, never counts. It's always been a screwed up city. But in terms of, I had the opportunity to lead the 2 most iconic in the United States, and I came this close to being named the head of the London Metropolitan Police, that close. That would have been quite the trifecta to pull that off. But going back to your question, sorry for the long-winded answer on it.
No, that's good.
It's coming in, it's a process that developed over the years, going back to the 1970s, when I was coming up in the Boston Police Department. I have a system, a method, a leadership management method coming into an organization that includes, 1, understanding that history, reading the newspapers, who's influential in the city, who's influential in politics, who's influential in the various community groups. So when I was campaigning for the job here in LA, I had my list of people that I needed to interact with, both people I thought who would be supportive of me and those I was going to have to win over. John Mack was the African-American president of the Urban League, and the black community was very mad at Mayor Hahn for pushing out Chief Parks, the black police chief. He needed to be pushed out. He was running the LAPD into the ground. Crime rates were going through the roof. Union spent $1 million on a campaign to get rid of him. So how are you going to lead an organization that's spending $1 million to get rid of you? So Hahn made the very difficult political decision in a city that's very race conscious to move out a black police chief. And then he decides to hire the white guy from New York City to come in. And it cost him the next election. He knew it was likely to cost him in the next election, but he felt it was necessary to address the most critical problem. There were two critical problems at that point in time in LA. The secession movement in the Valley, which was being driven largely by the race issues and crime, and the fact that crime was in free fall, not free fall, basically free launch. It was going through the roof. So coming in, I remember going around touching bases with different people in the city, going in to see John Mack, and it was like walking naked into a freezer. That he was not interested in seeing me, and I really almost had to force my way into the office. We subsequently became the best of friends. I gave one of the eulogies at his funeral. He ended up my boss. He was the president of the police commission when I was the chief of police. Fortunately, we had a relationship that had been formed during that transition phase. So coming in, I do the history. I do a cultural diagnostic of the department. And by that, there's a number of things you do. You do focus groups, you do surveys, you send out anonymous surveys to all the personnel, civilian, different ranks. And basically, when those surveys come back, you get a sense of where is the department at its different levels versus the vision I had. Where do they match up with what are things that they're supportive of that I want to do? What are they not supportive of things that I think need to be done? And then how do I get them onto my platform? So the cultural diagnostic is the way I go about doing that. The next phase of it is taking what we've learned, what are, in the case of New York City, I'll take a step back. New York, there were 7 crime issues, 7 significant issues that I needed to have strategies to address. But I had to basically get support from within the department to implement those, help design them, and then embrace them, and then implement them. And so that's where the re-engineering process came in. By effectively, I had over 1,300 personnel in the department who volunteered to sit on committees to effectively address how do we get these 7 strategies in place and make them effective. Buy-in, getting people to take ownership of it. And I write extensively about this in my second book, Collaborator Perish. Collaborator Perish was written at the time of the Arab Spring. And it was 20-some-odd case studies talking about organizations that failed, organizations that succeeded around the idea of ability to get collaboration. I've never had a vote of no confidence from any of my police department unions. I've worked with them, fight with them from time to time, but the idea is to understand through the cultural diagnostic, what are their issues? How do they match up against my issues? Where do I find common ground? And it's worked. And I think by all accounts, the 7 years in LA, I had an extraordinary, and I should emphasize this, I had the ability in all of my organizations to pick my team. Jim Collins writes a great book, Good to Great. Some of you may be familiar with it. And he talks about the bus. Get the right people on the bus, get the wrong people off the bus as fast as you can, and if you can, and then get them in the right seats. You're in the driver's seat, but you put people on the bus who share the vision, who through the re-engineering process have taken ownership of it. And I want people behind me on the bus who want my job, who want me to get off the bus eventually and get into that driver's seat. So for example, when I took the LA job, 3 other people who were competing for the job from within the department, Sharon Parker, Pat Papa, George Gascon, Jimmy McDonald, they made them my 3 assistant chiefs. So my 3 rivals, I had a team of rivals basically, but it worked for me. Jimmy McDonald is now the chief of police here. George Gascon would have been if he hadn't gone to San Francisco. Fortunately, he didn't come back as chief. He was a mess as the district attorney. And I still don't, there must have been the water up in San Francisco that George was drinking. But in any event, it's, this stuff is not rocket science. It's basic leadership, management, incentivization, and collaboration principles.
I think what's so fascinating about your career is that it combines the use of technology, at the same time, your incredible utilization of soft skills and relationship building. So let's just look at the technology piece first. When you come into New York, and this is touched on in Gotham, the documentary, and I am going to take the Frank Luntz rule, who said that you must repeat the name of a book 7 times until it's actually received by those who are hearing it. So
with me, it's about 10. So
that's okay. So Gotham is the documentary that you all must see, but it's touched on there your implementation of CompStat and a greater use of technology to better understand not only what crimes were happening, but where they were happening. Take us back to the beginning of that implementation. I know we talked a little bit last night over dinner about the fact that the precedent for CompStat actually goes before New York, but talk a little bit about using that technology and what it was like within a culture that hadn't used it before.
We talk a lot about the New York miracle starting in the 90s, first in the subway system, the transit police, where adopting the principles of broken windows and at the same time going after crime, the two together. But it goes back to the 1970s, actually, in the sense of all that I've embraced, all that I've sought to provide leadership in implementing and policing came about as a result of my experiences as a young sergeant, lieutenant in the Boston Police Department in the 1970s, and also being exposed to one of the unsung, I believe, transformational heroes of American police leadership, Bob DeGrazia, who came into the Boston Police Department, which was a mess when I joined it in the 1970s, and literally shook that place up, turned it upside down, and created opportunities where basically at the age of 28, I was a sergeant in the Boston Police Department, where the average age of sergeants was in the mid-40s. He changed the system so that younger people like me who were interested in creating change could move up the ladder. But one of the assignments I had was effectively to create a neighborhood policing program in the 1970s. And the program entailed going into neighborhoods to set up community meetings. And I'd put posters all over a neighborhood saying, come meet your local police tonight at the local town church hall or whatever. And I'd bring the cops that were assigned to that sector to that meeting. They did not want to go. They had no interest in getting out of their police cars and going to those meetings. And effectively, you had the ability to order them to come to the meeting. And at those meetings, I had 2 young women that were working with me in this program who were recording, like in a meeting like this, the comments. And these were some of the highest crime neighborhoods, and many neighborhoods in Boston were high crime in the 70s. And so I was armed to the teeth talking about technology. Some of you might be old enough to remember the old computer sheets with the green paper, 3 feet wide. I was a bit of a computer whiz back then. I'm a Luddite now. I have the hardest time trying to program, but technology has blown past me. But back then, I was pretty good with those green sheets and setting up initiatives and programs. And I was armed to the teeth with the crime statistics. And I got to those community meetings, and the highest crime neighborhoods in the city. And at the end of the night, when we looked up and did the surveying and the tabulation of the questions, it was all about quality of life. Broken windows, as Kelling and Wilson described it in 1982. So in 1977, I'm basically living in an environment where I'm aware that people are concerned with crime, but they're more concerned with quality of life. Why? Because it's what they saw every day. Because even in the worst crime areas of most cities, 1 out of every 10 people's the victim of a serious crime. But everybody is victimized by, particularly in the 70s, the incredible deterioration of cities. Graffiti, street prostitution, drug dealing, all the issues that American cities were dying in the 70s, everyone around the country. And so very early on in my career, I understood the linkage between quality of life and serious crime. And I also benefited by a fortuitous meeting that Bob DeGrazia set up. He had the police commissioner from London in for a visit. And it brought up a bunch of us young sergeants and lieutenants to the office for coffee and tea. And Sir Philip Marks was his name, this police commissioner. And he passed around a document, Sir Robert Peel's 9 Principles of Policing, when he created the Metropolitan Police in 1829 in London. Google those 9 principles of police and read them. They are more applicable today in 2025 than they were back in 1829. They are my Bible. They are the platform I have stood on since 1977. The first one resonated with me right at the get-go when I read it. The basic mission for which the police exist is to prevent crime and disorder. I was living it. I was going to these neighborhood meetings and people were talking about the disorder. I was concerned with the crime, but what was happening in American policing in the 70s and 80s, and I was a recipient of this, we were being taken off the walking beats, like the British Bobbies for over 100 years. We policed cities with walking beats. The officers knew and dealt with quality of life offenses, and by doing it, they prevented a lot of serious crime. But then in the 70s, within the first year of my joining the Boston Police Department, I was taken off my walking beat in an all-black neighborhood and put into a police car. America went mobile, American police, in the 1970s, and we began to lose the cities. And Kelling wrote eloquently about this, and then teaming up with Tim Wilson with the 1982 article, captured the appreciation that by not focusing on quality of life, we were effectively compounding the serious crime problem. So the 1990-1994 revolution in New York City was actually occurring for me in the 1970s. What I advanced into 1994 with was things I was working on and succeeding with in the 1970s, including crime mapping. Because in my guard room, where my cops would meet for roll call, I put up gigantic maps of the district with plastic acetate, and I had a clerk every night take all the crime reports and put little dots on the map, different colors for different crimes. And what did we quickly see? Clusters, patterns developing. We would see 3, 4 dots, and I would have the police reports in file cabinets for every one of those dots. So the cops coming in from days off could see the map. Geez, a lot of crime going on in my sector. Go to the file cabinet and look it up. And then I developed what I call directed patrol farms, which was the idea of precision policing that we really developed now in the 21st century. What was precision policing? Putting the cops on the dots where the crime was occurring by basically, instead of having, it was referenced this morning that 3% of the city's streets in New York where something like 50% of the crime occurs. Well, it was quite apparent on my maps of the future, if you will, in the 1970s. So much of what I was able to, and part of my motivation for moving up in policing, and then also wanting to get to New York as police commissioner, as far-fetched as that would have seemed in the 1970s for a kid from Boston, was the idea to change the profession. You needed to effectively have a big enough platform to stand on. And the biggest platform in America, the 2 biggest, were Los Angeles and New York. And I got the opportunity twice in New York and here in LA to get on the biggest stage and have basically the equivalent of a Broadway hit. I don't know what the equivalent would be here in Los Angeles, but effectively to take the leadership and vision and be able to bring it into environments where it could be shared and expanded. CompStat got an award from the Kennedy School Ford Foundation back in 1995 and 1996. Innovation Award, and it was the most significant public sector innovation in America that year because of how quickly it spread across the American and international police professions. And the importance of CompStat is the idea, it's focused on crime, but it's more importantly an accountability system that's referenced in the video. The idea that I'm going into a 55,000 person police department. I don't really know anybody. I'm from Boston. But I had a system now where every week I'd bring a couple of hundred of my leaders, sergeants, lieutenants, and we'd talk about what? Crime and disorder. So I had the ability to hold them accountable for, okay, crime's up. Why? Crime's down. What are you doing about it that it's going down? And collaboration, sharing the ideas, and using the maps to very quickly illustrate what the issues were. So the fun and excitement of being a leader is the ability is to create change. And we talked earlier, many of these discussions and certainly the movie talks about the idea of homelessness. If you look it up, you're not going to see the term homeless in the 1970s. And where was it created? In New York, in the sense that, but what was discussed this morning, homeless, the vast majority of them are not necessarily homeless. Narcotics addicted, mentally ill, or also alcoholism. And over 80% of that so-called homeless population are on the streets because of that condition. And in the city of New York, the law requires that there be a bed provided for every homeless person in the city. But many of them, because of those conditions, where they're going to go into a controlled environment, won't go in. So what does that tell us? That if you want to effectively change something, you have to control it. And what did we stop controlling in the 70s and 80s and continuing in the 21st century New York? We're not changing behavior because we're not controlling it. That 80% of the population, the front page stories every day in the New York Post of some poor soul in the subway being pushed under a train or being hit over the head with a brick, is basically because we have refused politically to control behavior, to change it, which we were allowed to do in the 1990s, in which the movie very vividly displays what worked then can effectively work now. And it can work better now because we understand it so much more. How can we do it in a way that we don't impact on racial sensitivities, in a way that we deal more humanely with the drug addicted or the mentally incapacitated? We have come along so far from where, and I have the benefit of now being in the business almost 60 years, that there's an expression I use in my most recent book, The Profession. Those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it. Most of the politicians in American cities today don't know their history. They're too damn young. They don't read. They don't understand the history. They're trying to create new history when they don't have to. They can learn from the past. My success, and I think I've been pretty successful in my profession, has been the fact I understand history. I've learned from it. Made mistakes, try to correct them. And so many of the issues that we're facing can be addressed successfully. And that's one of the points of that movie. The importance of the movie is that it showed this worked then, it can work now. And a point was made about dealing with the mentally ill. In New York State, even as that mentally ill population and their behavior was exploding throughout the city, what were the politicians doing? The governor and the assembly? They were closing state hospitals for the mentally ill because they were refusing to put mentally ill people into custodial care, which many of these poor souls have to be put into. It's unfortunate, but you're going to leave them out on the street to freeze. You're going to leave them in the subway tunnels to be run over by trains. But that's where our politics were and still are, unfortunately, in New York State and many other states around the country. Sorry for that very long-winded answer.
No.
I got up in my soapbox.
No, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. You have certainly not only earned that soapbox, but we're grateful for it. So we have some students here in the room, and we have those that are thinking about careers in local government. One of the aspects of local government careers is that they're not necessarily military, but chances are you can serve in different municipalities or maybe jump between a municipality and a county or different agencies. You've had the experience of serving in different agencies and at leadership levels. I want to take us back to one of the topics that's, again, covered in Gotham, which is moving from the chief of transit in New York and then moving to the commissioner role. What surprised you, being certainly within the NYPD, but a different aspect of it? Was there anything that surprised you when you moved into that top position, A? And B, as you're leading a department that was in crisis and was in need of a culture change, what are the first steps you take as you're building relationships with people that are going to have to be a part of that culture change?
Mm-hmm. you have to understand the structure of New York and its police departments in the 1990s. There were 3 police departments in the city of New York. Transit police, 3,800 cops, funded by the city but under the control of the MTA. Housing Authority Police, supported by the city, policing, and there's 2,500 of them in the city's 600,000 residents in public housing. And then the 25,000 person NYPD. And the 3 departments were functioning separately. And during that period of time, I headed transit police. I had the opportunity to have to collaborate and interact with the NYPD, which was the 800-pound gorilla, and we were the O police. We were the subway rats, et cetera. And actually, the vast majority of the members of the transit police were draftees. When you took the police exam, on the day that you were hired, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, you're going to transit, you're going to NYPD, you're going to housing. Nobody wanted to go to transit.
Wait, you have to back up and say what O police, where that phrase comes from.
Oh, the expression O police, that you're at a party and people are asking each other, what do you do and where are you? And you say, oh, I'm a cop in New York. Oh, where do you work? Subway. Oh. They immediately lost interest because you were not part of the NYPD. The great challenge I had at the transit police was tremendous morale and deficiency there. But we made them the Marine Corps of the 3 police departments within 2 years. That they had the best uniforms, the best cars, they had the new 9mm Glocks. So they became the envy of the other police departments. So much so that the NYPD merged them when I was commissioner into the much larger, they're now all one police department. But the idea of the transitioning into the 1990s from transit going into the NYPD, the cultural change you're talking about, was that idea that I understood from my dealings as transit chief with the NYPD, it was an awful organization. Country's largest, but crime had gone through the roof in the 80s. They're starting to get it down a couple of percentage points each year. But when I was working with them, I understood that this was an organization that really was very resistant to change and was not having much success in dealing with race relations, dealing with this crime problem, and certainly total failure at dealing with disorder. And the 3 issues of the day in New York were race, crime, and disorder. And so coming into the police department as its police commissioner, what did surprise me was, as much as I know about the organization, I really did not understand the totality of how bad it was in the sense of the detective units, for example. Most of them were working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. But when we looked at where the crime was occurring, it was occurring after 5 and on the weekends. Our warrant units, the units that would go out to arrest people wanted on warrants, the warrants units would start at 8 o'clock in the morning and start knocking on doors by 9 o'clock. Criminals, meanwhile, had already gone out onto the subways and onto the streets and were committing their crime. So we changed that, so they started knocking on doors at 3 o'clock in the morning when the criminals would be home. And just all types of, they were just so wedded to systems that had not changed, and leadership also that when I went into the organization, the Jim Collins, get the right people on the bus, and I asked the seniors, the super chiefs as they call them, patrol, detectives, how much do you think we can get crime down next year? Well, based on their experience the last couple of years, well, Commissioner, maybe 1%, 2%. I was looking for a 10% reduction. So I got rid of all of them. They got off the bus very quickly and brought in people who felt that we could get more than 10%. That first year, we did get, I think, about 12%. At the end of 27 months, overall crime in New York City was down 40% because they had the right people on the bus who believed they could do better. And effectively, to get the right people on the bus, I lowered the average age of the leadership team from the 60s down to the late 40s and early 50s. And I jumped people up 3-4 levels in the rank structure. And that was one of the benefits of New York and Los Angeles, the ability to effectively move people up. that you went, and my predecessor, Ray Kelly, and Ray was a great commissioner, phenomenal job after 9/11, and just an extraordinary police commissioner, but very different management style. He would never think to move somebody from a 1-star chief to a 4-star chief, because he was locked into this hierarchical structure. You do it one step at a time, and it might take you 20 years to get those 4 steps. I'd do it within one promotion, and it made the difference. It was the catalyst, this idea of creating change. And I might make a point in terms of, well, we're on this point about New York, and it ties into why we're here effectively in terms of James Hugh Wilson, taught here for 10 years, and the co-author of Broken Windows. But Wilson, who became friendly with through Kelling and Broken Windows, and had the opportunity to do some lecturing with him and being interviewed several times by him, was asked in a great book talking about books. And this book is called, and once again, I love to read and I love to read history. This one is by a very well-known economist. It's called Modern New York, The Life and Economics of a City, Greg David. And his point was that the crime turnaround, the turnaround in New York City in the 90s, crime reduction was an essential element and maybe the most significant catalyst, but there were so many other things happening, and he writes eloquently about all the other things that were going on in the city at that time. But he referenced in that article, let me just read a paragraph out of this book, and it references James Wilson. James Q. Wilson has no doubt about why crime fell so dramatically in New York, and the reason is not national trends or Rudy Giuliani's leadership or Bratton's adoption of broken windows. Rather, all the strategies Bratton implemented were designed to change the way the police saw their job. The bigger change in policing in this country that's occurred is usually associated with Bill Bratton, Wilson said in 2011. And that's a correct association. I felt quite proud about that, correct association. He made a huge difference, but people misstate what the change was. They say he adopted the broken windows theory. Well, I'm not sure he did. And if he did, I'm not sure it made much difference to the crime rate. What he really did, his fundamental contribution, was to persuade the police that your job is not to make arrests, your job is to prevent crime. The cultural change that we made in the NYPD, in the LAPD, and that was made in policing in the 1990s, and I was part of the executive session of policing at Harvard University, interestingly enough, funded by Ronald Reagan and Ed Meese, in terms of they helped to create community policing at Harvard University, of all places. Could we imagine our current president supporting an initiative at Harvard University? But what that did, it created community policing. And what was community policing all about? Partnership, problem solving, and prevention. And what was it all about was the idea of focusing not just on crime, but on quality of life at the same time. So the cultural changes that we brought about were police departments understanding they had to return to 1829, that their basic mission, the culture of policing, needed to be about the prevention of crime. And when I'd give my talks at roll calls, when I'd go out to talk to the troops, we talk about, good, these crime numbers are great, that we're lowering crime, and we want to get you guys out there making arrests and dealing with disorder. But it's much better to take satisfaction for preventing a crime rather than making an arrest for one that's occurred. Because the victim certainly would much prefer to not have been raped, robbed, or had their apartment broken into. So your role in terms of working with the community is to prevent crime and measure your success by the prevention of it. And how do you do that? How do you measure something that never occurred? Well, one of the ways is measuring what had occurred in the past and where it is now, and to take satisfaction from those crime reduction numbers, and to take satisfaction from the communities, whether they're communities of color or not, are effectively more supportive of you than they've been in the past.
So I want to leave time for questions from the audience. Before we get there, that paragraph that you just quoted from is a perfect segue to something else I just wanted you to touch on before we go to the audience. as good as that quotation was, I would say that it wasn't just you helping police to better understand their job, but it was also the relationships that you built with the communities in which you served and repairing those. And we talked last night over dinner about Sweet Alice and one of your last conversations with her. And I wonder if you could just tell that story and what it means, the other side of it, both internally, the culture you're building in the department, but you're also, frankly, building a culture with the communities in which you're serving. I wonder if you could just tell that story.
I'd be happy to address that, but if I may, just going back to that quote from Jim Wilson, it is interesting in the sense of so much of the focus on broken windows, the importance of it, and he, in that paragraph, was basically poo-pooing it. That, you know, he's saying, I don't know, nobody really knows if that was an essential part of it. I happen to believe it was, and he and I had some discussions around that because I take great pride and ownership of feeling very deeply that it is that combination of crime and disorder focus. But in terms of, so there is an irony in the praise on the one hand and the kind of a little dope slap on the other. The issue that the dean is talking about was, I've always been very active in reaching out to communities. In addition to focus groups, et cetera, for my cops, I do the same thing in various communities, and understanding that my responsibility was to re-engage, re-energize the police, but re-engage and re-energize them with the community. And that meant going out into the community, being there. Remember the old Peter Sellers movie, Being There? Well, as a police chief, you're going to be there in a lot of places. In your police department, a roll call, you have to be a walk-around chief, but you also have to be out in the neighborhoods. You have to be out in the communities, particularly the distressed communities. And so I spend 5-6 nights a week out at community meetings and roll calls. But in South LA, down in the Watts area, there was a community activist down there, Sweet Alice, who unfortunately is in some problems in LA right now at the moment. But born on a sharecropping farm down in South Carolina, like so many African Americans, moved to LA in the 50s and 60s and set up a community help effort in South LA. And Sweet Alice was a remarkable woman who basically my lieutenant for community affairs, Fred Booker, said, you need to go meet several people in the African American community. One, you need to go meet the barbers in the barber shops. So Fred Tolliver in his barber shop was one of those people who was very helpful to me understanding, as all these guys would sit around his barber shop complaining about the cops. Go down and sit in his barber shop and listen to them complain about the cops and understand what their problem was. But then going to see Sweet Alice and seeing the effort she was making. So when the time came after 7 years to leave, to go back to New York, that we were making the rounds, went down and saw Tolliver. One of my proudest awards is the Barbershop Award. There's a barbershop association in South LA of largely the African American barbershops, and I got the first award that for community affairs that they gave out. So it's one of all the awards I've gotten, it's one of my proudest, that in that very activist community, the barbershop. But the other one was Sweet Alice, that she was so helpful supporting me and the efforts and interacting with the police department and trying to get the police and community together. And as we were leaving, my wife and I went down to say goodbye to her, and a very emotional goodbye. And she's giving me a big hug, and she, you know, steps back and is holding on to me, and she's looking up at me, and she's got tears in her eyes, and I've got tears in my eyes, and she says, you know why we like, and she had this delightful Southern accent, you know why we all like you so much, Chief? And I said, no, Sweet Alice, why is that? She says, you see us. You really see us. Think of that expression, you see us. You see us. Minority communities oftentimes feel that we don't see them. And I was very fortunate, some of my early college education, I had 2 great courses that I took, my degrees in law enforcement, but I don't remember any of the courses I took in law enforcement. But I remember 2 courses, art appreciation, my Boston accent, that's art, A-R-T, and urban geography. Betsy Useem, art appreciation with Dr. Ravanides. The college I went to, Boston State College, was next to the Museum of Fine Arts and the Garden Museum. and would hold our classes in those museums. And I grew up liking Norman Rockwell on the cover of the Saturday Evening Post. That was the art I liked. And then eventually became to like some of the contemporary stuff, but still have no interest in modern art, have no interest in Picasso's, no interest in Renaissance art. But what I learned with Dr. Arvanites was to see the picture, but then look behind it. What was the importance of that art form at that time in history? To effectively see it and appreciate that, what was the importance of Renaissance art in history? What was the importance of the Impressionists? What was the importance of contemporary art in the sense of how people were displayed? And that, so that was a beginning of appreciation of, to not judge a book by its cover. And same thing when you're riding through South LA as a young cop or as a chief of police. You got all these young African-American kids down there with the white T-shirts, and the idea to understand that don't, in a sense, see them all as the same. The idea that the reason so many of them wear the white shirts is they don't want to wear blue or red because they don't want to be associated with the Crips or the Bloods. So the white T-shirt is basically it's a uniform they wear to effectively help to safeguard them against some of the crazy retaliatory actions that are happening. So Sweet Alice's idea that you see us, you really see us. And then urban geography with Betsy Useem. In the 1970s, American cities were dying. They were over. Everybody's going to move to the suburbs and leave the cities to the minorities and the poor. And we're all going to live happily ever after in the suburbs and out in the country. And we cannot survive without cities. Cities effectively bring us together. And this is where the police are so important, because if you make it safe, everybody will come. Whites, blacks, from all over, other countries. But the importance of it being safe, because if it's not safe, those that can afford to leave, and oftentimes that's the more affluent, oftentimes that's the whites in our country, they will leave. And we've seen that throughout history. And so the importance of making it safe so everybody can come in and work, be educated, be entertained, is critical. And so Betsy Useem's class on urban geography, understanding the history of cities, how they came to be, why they came to be, medieval times, why they were the walled cities, walls to protect the people inside from the barbarians outside, and creation of the Metropolitan Police in London, 1829. Why? To effectively help to make a city that was getting out of control as it was getting bigger and bigger, to have a uniform force that would be of the people, for the people, to police the people. So in terms of the idea of you see us, I gave that storied eulogy for a New York City police officer murdered at Christmas time in 2014, 2 of them murdered in their police car. And Joe Biden was the vice president at the time, and Biden came to one of the funeral services and heard that eulogy. And very frequently after that eulogy, you would hear him use that phrase about, I see you, or we see you, because it resonated with him. And it's one of the things that I kind of take great pride in, that when I look at cops, I try to not just look at them in a generic way, understand that each of them is a different individual. And when I look at community members, I might not like what they're saying at a certain time, some of the stuff they're saying to me. I might not like some of my union leaders at times, things they're saying about me, but the idea is to, in a sense, kind of look behind them in a sense of what's motivating them, what's their history.
Let's open up to questions. Yes, of course, Larry.
Really just to reinforce something that you said, Pete, at the beginning. I've worked with public leaders.
Have you got the mic there for Larry? I'm not sure, Larry, you're projecting to the back.
We'll get it for the recording, too. Thanks, Logan.
Yeah, I'll just be brief, but I've worked with public leaders for over 40 years, and there's literally no one who's as effective as Bill is in communicating to his organization what's expected of them, what we're going to do, and why we're going to do it, but as you said, simultaneously, having the same capacity to communicate that to the public at large. This is why we're doing it, and this is what you should expect to see. There's just nobody that puts that skill set. I've never seen anybody put that skill set together as brilliantly over such a long career as Bill. It's an extraordinary
Thank
gift.
You, Larry. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Raphael.
So I'm sitting here listening to you, Commissioner Bratton, and you're talking about your appreciation for history, your voracious consumption of academic insights, the importance of data fluency, and I come away with the understanding that you take a very cerebral approach to police leadership. But you also talked a lot about cultural change. And I think about the qualities that you have and some of the other really great police leaders have, and they're relatively rare in the rank and file when you are looking at police officers in departments who are coming up through the ranks. And one of the things that we're seeing in New York City now is a police commissioner who's enjoying a lot of success, who is a civilian, who is not coming into the position having worn a badge and a gun. And I just wanted to get a sense from you as to whether you think that's an aspect of cultural change that more police departments could stand to learn from, which is to say that maybe it's time for us to make more room for leaders who share those kind of cerebral qualities, but who maybe didn't necessarily actually serve on the force, which is something I expect that there's a lot of, there would be a lot of pushback for against.
Talking about Jessie Tisch, Jessie is a wonderkind. She's a phenomenal woman, and she's done something extraordinarily unusual in American policing in that she did not come up through the ranks. Very seldom in policing is there a police leader who has not come either up through the ranks of the department or in the instance and occasion that somebody from the FBI will be brought in to a police organization, lead it, oftentimes will fail. There's only one that I've ever seen succeed, and that was, I think it was Kelly, came out of Kansas City. Most of the others have failed because it's a very different environment, federal versus state and local. But, so Jessie is an outlier in the sense that I don't think she's ever probably shot a gun, for example, and she certainly has not been through a lot of the training and the coming up through the ranks that most American police chiefs start at the bottom, and that's one of the strengths, and then work their way to the top. In her instance, that fortunately for her, apart from being brilliant, she's got 3 degrees from Harvard, and technology, she headed up the Department of Information Technology for the City of New York. She was my deputy commissioner for technology when I was police commissioner. She's brilliant in the application of technology in the 21st century. So many police chiefs don't have a full understanding or appreciation of it, how it works or how it can be applied in different ways. She does. But what she also benefits from is that she was hired by Ray Kelly right out of Harvard to work with him in a number of capacities. So she's been with the NYPD since, I think, 2008, 2009, and then worked, I kept her when I came in and promoted her. And then I supported her candidacy with the current mayor to become the head of information technology, separate commissioner, separate agency, and then to become the, interestingly enough, the commissioner of sanitation, Department of Sanitation. And she applied the technology there. And then I was very supportive of her for the position of police commissioner. And so the challenge for Jessie at the moment is winning the trust of the rank and file cops, which I think she will be able to do over time. Because naturally they're questioning, you've got this woman coming in that's never gone through what we're going through or what we've gone through. And she also has the challenge of working for a mayor who was a former police captain, and so he thinks he has all the answers, and he's still got his fingers into the pie. And but he didn't have all the answers. He went through 3 commissioners in the space of about a year and a half. She's his 4th commissioner since he was elected. And but Jessie's other challenge is effectively with the public, well, she's got three challenges: the police, the public, and the media. Media have really taken a shine to her. Feature New York Times stories. New York Post is already trying to present her as a candidate for mayor. Public is still kind of feeling it out. They just, because she doesn't have a personality that really projects into the public, and she doesn't have a policing track record that most, like whether it be myself or some of the other police commissioners or police chiefs, that, you know, we've been in the business a long time, and so we got a track record. So Jesse's got three significant challenges. I think she's up for it, and the culture she's trying to change in the police department right now is the embrace of technology, because technology is the future. AI, all the different, I wish I was 10 years younger. I'd get back in the business just to create one police department that's going to take advantage of all the technology that's out there to basically make it the laboratory for American policing, because there's so much exciting stuff happening. She has that capability because she is light years ahead of most American police chiefs on technology. She gets it. And so I'll wish her well, because she's the last best hope for New York City. And we got a bunch of mayoral candidates that scare the hell out of me that, in terms of that city, as much progress as it's made, that there's only one or two of the candidates that might actually keep the city moving forward. And, but the others, I'm scared to death of them. But Jesse, I supported her getting that position, because normally I would not be supportive of somebody who is not. It's like a doctor. Do you want a doctor who's not gone through medical school that's going to basically now prescribe for you and operate on you? Same for a police chief. And I've never been supportive of the feds taking police chiefs' jobs, because they're coming from a different profession, and most of them fail when they try to transition.
We have time for one more question, but
Michelle?
we are going to have time after we close with the commissioner. So, yeah.
So you were commissioner in NYPD, then LAPD, two cities that don't always like each other, competitive in many ways. What was it like going from New York to LA? Not many people make that transition. A lot of New Yorkers look down on LA. LA, rightfully so, thinks New Yorkers are crazy. What was the biggest surprising thing? Is there like something that surprised you about the people, about the institution, about the city itself? It's huge. You have to drive everywhere. You're not.
So I talked earlier about it. My personality is I like challenge. I like dealing with crises, and the challenge of L.A. versus New York. New York, 8 million people, 300 square miles. 35,000 cops, 55,000 people in the department. America's largest city. LA, America's second largest city, third largest police force. At the time I took it over in 2002, it had 9,200 police officers. And I made the case right from the get-go that was not enough. If you think of it, 4 million people in the city of LA, 480 square miles, being policed by 9,000 police officers. To have the equivalent size police force that I had in New York in a smaller geographic environment, I'd have to have 18,000 police officers. So I liken it to the joke they always talked about Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, except she did it backwards in high heels. And so effectively, I was Ginger Rogers in the LAPD. And the challenge, the two departments are so different. The NYPD has the more prestigious reputation, like New York. New York and LA, the rivalry, but the reality is New York, it's big, it's huge. LA is big, but not as big as LA, as New York. And the two police departments are very different. The NYPD, because of its size, is not able to train and perform as intimately individual officers as the LAPD. The LAPD puts great emphasis on its training, on its professional appearance. You put a New York cop beside an LA cop, you could tell who's who, that just looking at them. It's the reality. There's probably about a 20-pound difference on average. Steve Lopez had a wonderful column when I was police commissioner. The NYPD football team was playing the LAPD football team here in LA. And so Steve went down to the game, and he went over initially to the LA bench and talking with the LA team. They were all working out, and the quarterback, and getting all buffed up. And then he walked across over to the other side, and here's the NYPD quarterback sitting there eating a submarine sandwich and smoking a cigar. And I liken it to neck sizes. The neck size of an average LA cop is probably 14 and a half. New York cop might be 18, 19. And then you get to Chicago and it's 22. So the idea of, for me, the challenge was two different cultures. I love the LAPD because its pride in its techniques, its systems, its uniform. LA cops are not as incentivized to become detectives as they are in New York. Everybody in New York wants, as fast as possible, to get the gold shield to be a detective, to get out of the bag. They describe the uniform as the bag. And unfortunately, so many of them look like they're wearing a bag. And as much as I've tried to change that, it's just because of the winter weather and the winter uniforms and just, how you have to dress for the winter weather. Versus here in LA with the beautiful weather, and police forces in California, just, they always look very different. And as a change agent, a lot of what I'd work on morale-wise with cops is changing their uniforms. The cops wanted they wanted dark blue shirts in New York. I got them dark blue shirts instead of the Mr. Goodwrench light blue shirts they used to wear. And then got them the 9mm and got them better cars. And I'm known for basically getting things for the cops. In LA, there was very little I could get for them, other than they always want to be more training. But the LAPD is the only police department in California that doesn't have an identification patch on their shoulders. If you look at them, they don't. They have that very distinctive badge that a lot of other departments have similar type badges. The only officers that have patches on their sleeves are the motorcycle officers. And they have that little gray patch with a little cross on it. I don't know where that came from, but that. And why is that? Well, everybody knows with the LAPD. Every other police department in California has patches on the uniform. Similarly, the black and white police car. In New York City, Boston, every police department I ever went into, I redesigned the police cars because it's part of that idea of creating change. I did not dare touch anything on an LAPD police car. They have that city seal on the door, and they have a 3-inch letter that says LAPD Police. And they got protect and serve. And I didn't dare touch the cars. There was such great pride in that. So the different cultures, and that's, again, the idea of understanding your organization in terms of, in New York, I changed a lot for the cops, uniforms, car designs, et cetera. In LA, I didn't have to touch that because they were already there. I didn't need to change that. What I did need to change, however, was the assertiveness of their policing. In New York, I had to push them to get back out in the streets and police because they were effectively not aggressively policing the city. Quality of life, serious crime. So we trained them better, we gave them better intelligence on how to deal with it. Here in LA, I had to push them to get back in the streets again because I'm working under parks. They had basically, they disliked parks so much they effectively stopped working. They had an expression, drive by and wave, that in the police department that for 50 years has been so assertive and took such great pride and they are highly trained, but they had effectively, they had withdrawn into their cars and drive by and wave. So I needed to get them out of the cars again, but I needed to get them out of the cars and change the culture of the assertiveness that was alienating the black community, Latino community. And what am I talking about? You've all seen those videos from the 1990s where they have 20 or 30 black kids on their knees with their hands behind their heads, basically, proning people out on the street. And back in the East Coast, you damn sure not dare to do that. But that was the standard practice here. There was a rationale for it from a safety standpoint, but a lot of it was also we're in control, we're in charge. So it was the idea to keep them, get them back to being effective again, because the crime rate was going up, but get them to be effective with a more moderated form of policing. To take those great skills that they had, that great interest in policing, that great pride, but tone the culture down a little bit. And I think we were able to do that. Even the LA Times, after 7 years, talked about how race relations had improved for the first time in 50 years. And in New York, people were celebrating that the police effectively had become more assertive. But then we ran into the whole stop, question, and frisk controversy. So that's where I talk about the doctors. A doctor, you want to go to a doctor that prescribes the right amount of medicine for your illness. In New York, for a while, we were using too much medicine, stop, question, and frisk, when the patient was getting better. Crime was going down, but stop, question, and frisk was going up. Should have been the other way. And we were able to prove that in 2014 because we then reversed it. In LA, it was the idea of, as the doctor prescribing the medicine, we needed less intrusive medicine. We didn't need radiation or chemotherapy. We could effectively get by with a lesser form of dealing with the cancer. Okay.
Please
Sorry
join me in thanking Bill Bratton.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. That's very good.
That will bring this conference to a close. We invite you all. We do have some food outside as a reception. Frankly, you might as well hang out because getting back on the highway now makes no sense at all. And of course, PCH is closed. So, I mean, you know, there's no benefit. I want to thank Shaylin Garrett, who's just about to walk out, who has made and organized this whole event here. Shaylin, thank you. I also really want to thank the Taylors, Michelle and Matthew. Thank you so much for this film. Thank you for this partnership in doing this event. Larry, thank you so much for your ongoing friendship and partnership here. And I mean this for you too, Bill. This has, as I think you know, just from walking around campus, you can understand why a guy as smart as Jim Wilson picked here to retire, right?
Beautiful campus.
At the same time, I want you all to know that this is an academic home for all of you and each of you.
In acknowledgement also, because he came back, Dan Biederman, that I can remember flying over New York City when I was commuting back and forth, interviewing with Giuliani, and at night, and the flights, the way the planes, they come down the Hudson River, then come back up the East River. And New York is a very, with the exception of Times Square, it's a very dark city, believe it or not. It has 1/3 the street lights that Chicago has, and the streets are very dark. And you'd see these bright spots in Manhattan. And what I was looking at was Bryant Park. What I was looking at was the Grand Central Alliance, because the street lights that he put in was 3 times what the average city street light was in New York, and so much brighter. And I used to think of it as like looking down like on an oasis in the desert. Here were these bright spots on that dark landscape of Manhattan. So as we've been talking about a lot of this, Dan was instrumental in really showing, as he described this morning, much the same as I think I and my colleagues in the department showed, and as Wilson we talked about, that we changed the idea that police could do something about crime. Dan showed that you could effectively, in the midst of all of the despair of the 1980s, you could bring New York City back. And he did. And the Manhattan Institute reported on it, thankfully, and spread the word. Thank you.